6 hits in the game for Ole Miss, none so far for Arkansas. Ole Miss leading 3-0 over the Razorbacks as we go to the bottom of the 4th inning. Game 1 of a doubleheader today at Swayze Field. Last night's action postponed because of rain and thunderstorms in the area. Glad to have you along. Richard Cross, Matt McLaughlin. First pitch strike to John Rice Plumlee. After the strikeout going to the break, kind of watching Gunnar Hoagland, he looked and maybe expressed a little bit of his frustration with the strike zone as he was walking to the dugout. John Rice Plumlee ahead in the count, 2 balls and 1 strike. Patrick Wicklander has gotten himself into some trouble, but also got himself out of trouble in the 3rd inning with back-to-back strikeouts of McCants and Baker to get out of a bases-loaded jam, and only gave up 1 run in the 3rd inning. Three balls and a strike to John Rice Plumlee to lead off the inning. That's down and in for ball 4, and Ole Miss has the leadoff man on base.
And if you're Coach Dave Van Horn, certainly the last thing you want is leadoff walk there to the 9-hole hitter. You probably see some hogs moving again in the bullpen, but Wicklander so far today has had Justin Bench's number, just absolutely blown him away with fastballs. So we'll see if he continues to attack and if Bench is able to adjust, and a lot of speed now at first base with Plumlee.
So a different arm up in the bullpen now than you saw for Arkansas in the 3rd inning. As Zebulon Vermillion, who has at times been a weekend starter, kind of does a little bit of everything for the Razorbacks. The right-hander is up and throwing. Bench goes after the first pitch and fouls it back for strike 1.
And whether it's Vermillion or Wicklander, you know, Coach Van Horn really likes to piggyback his guys with these interchangeable starters he has, and would love to be able to turn the ball over with the lead to Vermillion. I think that's why you see him up and throwing, because now he's still down 3, but the game's still very much in reach.
Snap throw down to first, and Plumlee gets back in safely. John Rice Plumlee 4 for 4 in stolen bases this year. Lifted down the right field line, kind of hangs in the air. The right fielder Wallace is able to run it down in foul territory and make the catch for the first out of the inning.
Just steady diet of fastballs there to Bench, and Wicklander makes pretty quick work of Bench again. A good bounce back after the leadoff walk. See how he attacks Gonzalez here with a guy on first base and some room over on the right side.
Jacob Gonzalez coming to the plate, 1 for 2 today. Singleton scored in the 1st inning, struck out looking to start the 3rd. He takes ball 1. A little harder to steal against a left-handed pitcher. Gotta be sure he's going to the plate. 1-1.
12,000 umpires here thought that was ball 2. The only umpire that matters there. 1-1 count. Good pitch there by Wicklander.
What do you think Gunnar Hoagland thought in the dugout?
Probably said something under his breath for sure. But you know, we've not seen a great move by Wicklander. I don't think he, when you think of good left-handed moves, you just think of that deceptive one where they start to the plate. So far, it's just been kind of easy, quick throws, almost check moves. See if Plumlee's able to get a read on one of those and take off.
2-1 now to Jacob Gonzalez. Arkansas has relied heavily on its bullpen this year. Arkansas starting pitchers are 7-3 this season with a 3.58 ERA and 113 strikeouts in 113 innings. Relievers have gone 17-1 with 11 saves.
And it's pretty remarkable. Cops leads the team in strikeouts coming out of the bullpen. Again, there's a million ways to win a lot of baseball games, and Dave Van Horn's certainly done that. They kind of have a way to do it. He's got a quick hook. He's been known for a quick hook for his starters, too.
3-1 pitch popped up left side.
It's trouble from the sun again.
Gregory comes in and makes the catch with no issue for the second out of the inning.
Franklin didn't need to make that play, but he had absolutely no idea where that was. And you just start to see the sun creeping back in. It'll jump out of the clouds. Seen that kind of causing fits for the defenders today. Good bounce back there by Wicklander after the leadoff walk. Gets 2 quick outs. Dangerous Peyton Chatinier stepping to the plate now for Ole Miss.
Chatinier 1 for 2. Struck out in the first, doubled and scored in the third. Goes after the first pitch and fouls it away for strike 1. Leadoff walk to John Rice Plumlee, but a couple of fly ball outs, and he's still standing at first base.
And get that off-speed pitch there, still up in the zone. Hadn't seen that pitch very often today, but he's thrown it for a strike a few times. See where he goes on the 0-2.
Down and away and gets Chatinier to swing and miss. So the leadoff walk does not come back to bite Patrick Wicklander. He's now made it through 4. It's Ole Miss 3, Arkansas nothing.
The 2021 GLA SUV, starting at just $36,230. It's the biggest thing that ever happened to small.
Creating a legacy takes time, takes dedication, spirit, and a greater vision. That vision starts here at the University of Mississippi. What will you be remembered by? Your character, your contributions, your friendship. Your legacy will define who we are now and who we are becoming for our state, our students, and our future. Ole Miss, build your legacy.
Ole Miss leading 3-0 over Arkansas as we go to the top of the 5th inning. It is number 2 Arkansas and number 3 Ole Miss. That was at 9:30 this morning. You think there was some anticipation for this series, especially after last night's game getting rained out? Camped out early, waiting for the gates to open for game 1 of this 3-game series and a Saturday doubleheader. Now most of the people that you see right now, they were more like, 12:50 getting to the game. David Dillard, our director, says we've got camera footage of a lady that was in line outside the outfield at 3:15 this morning.
I mean, I woke up at 6-something excited for the day, but that's a whole nother level. Got much respect. You got to get your spot out in left field.
I know some turkey hunters that don't necessarily mind getting up in that 3:15 to 4 o'clock range, but that's an early start to get to the ball yard. First pitch strike to Zach Gregory, batting in the 7-hole. Gregory walked to lead off the 3rd inning. Playing left field today for Arkansas. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Hoagland's just saying, my goodness, I'm going to continue to live out there and I'll eventually maybe get one. But
Well, that was like 6 inches off the plate.
But he's lived out there. But you saw a little deep breath there. He would love for that zone to expand out.
Off speed away that time, 2-1. Seven strikeouts today for Gunnar Hoagland. He's got 77 on the year.
If you watch Hoagland, his delivery is just the exact same every time. Whether he's throwing that slider, he's throwing the changeup. We've seen a lot of changeups today with so many left-handed hitters as Arkansas has, but that's what makes him so difficult. Everything comes out of the same window and looks the exact same until it's about 10 feet out in front of you, and all of a sudden it's dying away from you or running by you. Ole Miss fans showing a little dislike there that ball. Ole Miss has a manager that just makes plays day in and day out, so they're used to seeing the hustle. But great play there by the Arkansas manager to get the ball that ended up out on the plate. Another good pitch there by Hoagland. See another 91-mile-an-hour fastball. This guy probably hustles more than anybody in this ballpark. Just makes plays every week in and week out. These fans have come accustomed to seeing it.
Another 2-2 coming. 81st pitch of the game for Hoagland. This ball's lifted to right, and Plumlee makes the catch for the first out of the inning.
And a really good battle there. Hoagland's able to get it done in the end, but Arkansas, again, even though they still have a 0 on the scoreboard, they have had some really good at-bats. Hoagland now at 81 pitches here in the 5th. It's been a fun day so far to watch these Arkansas hitters attack Gunnar Hoagland.
8-hole hitter Jalen Battles. Arkansas has had 3 base runners in the game. Gregory reached on a walk in the 3rd inning. Goodhart reached on a walk in the 4th inning, and then Caden Wallace reached on a fielder's choice. It's 0-2 now to Jalen Battles. Battles is an impressive looking ball player. 6'2", 205, playing shortstop. That fastball gets away from Hoagland.
Take there by Battles. Again, that 1-2 fastball, I'm sorry, the 0-2 fastball up in the zone wasn't really anywhere near, but to see that pitch and then see the slider again, sometimes it's tempting to try to chase, and that's a good take.
2-2 runs up and in, and it's now full.
I don't think he's got the feel for the changeup today as well as we've accustomed to. We've seen him throw some good ones, but right there, that ball almost hit Battles and almost got away from him.
So from 0-2 to full on Jalen Battles. Here the pitch. And that one runs inside. So 4 in a row miss after getting ahead 0-2. And Arkansas has a 1-out base runner. Battles on for the first time today. The 3rd walk by Gunnar Hoagland. So 7 strikeouts but 3 walks. Hoagland came into the game with 70 strikeouts on the season and 11 walks on the year. And now Mike Bianco will come out and talk with his pitcher, Gunnar Hoagland.
I think that was actually his 4th of the day, which would be about 25% increase on his walks.
That is the 4th. I beg your pardon.
For the year, a guy coming in, what did we say, 12 walks coming into this game? 13?
11 coming in.
11 coming in.
So he had the walk to Gregory in the 3rd, 2 walks in the 4th, 1 to Goodhart and 1 to Franklin. And then Battles walks with 1 out here in the 5th inning.
Not too many 4-walk days for Gunnar Hoagland in his career, that's for sure.
So 5 base runners for Arkansas, 4 walks and a fielder's choice. Hoagland has not given up a hit in the game and has thrown 87 pitches through 4 1/3. Here's Jacob Nesbitt in the 9-hole, and he takes ball 1. One and one.
Always good to be struggling with command of your off-speed pitches, just be able to come back and throw that fastball wherever you want it. It's a good 1-0 fastball there by Hoagland to get himself back in the count.
This ball pretty well hit. McCants on the run. He will track it down shy of the warning track in center field for the second out of the inning.
It comes back again with another fastball. That ball on the outside part of the plate, well placed, and really the only reason that ball didn't leave the yard is because it was in a good location. But Nesbitt put it right, but a nice play there by McCants out in center field.
So back to the top of the lineup, and Robert Moore, who has struck out swinging twice, once to lead off the game and once for the third out in the 3rd inning. Runner goes. Throw to second is not in time. Stolen base for Jalen Battles. He is in scoring position. 5th steal of the year in 6 tries for Jalen Battles. Got a nice jump that time.
Yeah, even with a great throw, he was sliding in safe. That was a tremendous jump that he got off Hoagland. Not much Dunhurst was going to be able to do there, and a nice play. Arkansas will get a guy in scoring position with 2 outs here to see if they're able to knock in a run, get back in it.
91-mile-an-hour fastball that nips the inside corner, and Moore behind in the count 0-2. Battles out at second base, 2 down. No balls and 2 strikes to Robert Moore. This one runs inside for ball 1. Remember, Battles was behind in the count 0-2, and then 4 in a row missed. Reached on the walk, got to second on a stolen base.
And after a bunch of fastballs in his first 2 at-bats, Hoagland got Moore on a changeup in his last at-bat. See if he goes back after the setup on the inside fastball. See him check Battles there at second. There wasn't anybody there for Ole Miss really keeping an eye on him. It's a good job by Hoagland just to make sure that he doesn't take off and swipe an easy bag.
Gonzalez, the shortstop, shaded up the middle. Chatinier at second base is pulled over on the right side of the infield. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. Number 2 Arkansas, number 3 Ole Miss. Game 1 of a doubleheader. On what's turned into a perfect Saturday for baseball in Oxford. Swing and a miss. Moore goes down swinging for the 3rd time in the game. That's the 8th strikeout for Gunnar Hoagland. Halfway home at Swayze, it's Arkansas trailing 3-0.
Moments of life are special, and suffering from diabetes should not get in the way. US Med's mission is to find ways to make your diabetes more manageable and more comfortable. You deserve to enjoy life without the constant reminder of living with diabetes. If you monitor with 4 or more tests per day, inject insulin 3 or more times per day, or use an insulin pump, you may qualify to receive a continuous glucose monitor, the latest in diabetes technology. A continuous glucose monitor provides blood sugar readings without uncomfortable finger sticks and alerts you real time to potentially harmful spikes in your blood sugar levels. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurance companies. If you're a caretaker for someone who suffers from diabetes or have diabetes yourself and meet these conditions, please call our diabetic specialist now to see if you qualify for your continuous glucose monitor. US Med. Better service, better care.
These two teams last met at the end of the 2019 season, and Arkansas in a rout to get to the College World Series beat Ole Miss 14-1. Big crowd at Baum Stadium that day, as you would expect, as the Razorbacks got to Omaha for the 6th time under Dave Van Horn and had plenty to celebrate when it was all said and done. That was the 8th meeting of the season between these two teams in the 2019 year. Ole Miss won the series 2 out of 3 in the regular season. They split in the SEC tournament, and then the Razorbacks got 2 out of 3 in the Super Regional. Patrick Wicklander's day is done. The Razorbacks are going to Zebulon Vermillion, one of 4 team captains for Arkansas. Vermillion is making his 8th appearance of the year. 6 of his prior 7 have been starts. It's the 2nd time he's coming out of the bullpen. Did so also against Murray State back on March the 6th. Good numbers for Vermillion.
And coming into this game, we thought Vermillion might be the first out of the pen if the game was close, especially if Wicklander ran into pitch counts issues, which is exactly what happened. This is Coach Van Horn basically taking an extension of 2 starters and trying to close out a game. They'll let Vermillion go as long as he can possibly get them. And I think if Ole Miss is able to get back into this bullpen after Vermillion, it will cause a lot of issues for Arkansas. But this is the game plan for Arkansas. Their starters do not throw a lot of innings.
Longest outing of the year for Vermillion. Twice as a starter, he went 8 innings. That's a rocket on the ground to first base, hit by Kevin Graham and fielded by Brady Slavens. 3 unassisted for the first out in the 5th. Wicklander 4 innings, 6 hits, 3 earned runs. Really worked himself nicely out of a jam in the 3rd inning. After an RBI single from Kevin Graham, Ole Miss ended up with the bases loaded and just 1 out, but he got back-to-back strikeouts of McCants and Baker. Had a leadoff walk in the 4th inning. Got a couple of flyouts and a strikeout of Chatagnier to end it. Leaves this game in a spot where he could be the loser, cannot be the winner. This ball lined into right center field. A base hit for Hayden Dunhurst. He is 3 for 3 today. And that's the first hit off of Vermillion.
And that's 2 barrels found by Ole Miss by Graham and Dunhurst. That ball by Graham was smoked, but a nice play by Slavens. You see his fastball here. Dunhurst just doesn't do too much to it. Drives it right back up the middle. He's had a really good day. He and Graham are seeing it really well. You know, just to go back to Wicklander's day, you know, you talked about that jam he got himself out of. That changed the whole complexion of this game because Vermillion's not in the game if Ole Miss is able to tag him and get him out in that spot. So those pitches he made there changed the dynamic of this game, and you might see the dynamic of this series.
Van Cleve watches ball 1 bounce in the dirt, and Casey Opitz will have just a quick chat with Vermillion.
The 45-foot slider usually gets the mound visit right away.
Zebulon Vermillion started against Texas Tech, went 4 innings in that game. Started against Southeast Missouri State. It's a swing and a miss for strike 1 on a breaking ball from Van Cleve. 2 1/3 in relief against Murray State. Picked up his first win of the season against Louisiana Tech. That is a good Louisiana Tech team that's ranked in the top 15 in the country. Picked up a win against Alabama. Rips off another breaking ball to get ahead 1-2. In a start against Mississippi State, Vermillion lasted only 3 1/3. A game that Arkansas ended up winning. and then lasted only 2 2/3 last week against Auburn. 3 straight breaking balls, and Van Cleve not close on any of them. That's the first strikeout for Zebulon Vermillion out of the bullpen.
Yeah, you saw that first pitch slider that he threw. That was just not anywhere near. Opitz goes out there, just reminds him of the distance, calms him down. He comes back and throws 3 outstanding sliders, and Van Cleve wasn't even close on any of them. Good bounce back there by Vermillion.
TJ McCants goes after the first pitch and fouls it away. McCants, the freshman, played some second base early this year for Ole Miss. With some injuries over at first base, Rebels shifted things around and moved him into the outfield. Swings and misses there and is behind 0-2. McCants is settled in as the everyday center fielder for Ole Miss. And coming into this game was hitting .360 in league play, but is 0-2 so far today. And he freezes on the breaking ball in the outside corner. Back-to-back strikeouts for Vermillion. Ole Miss strands a runner. It's 3-0 through 5.
When you save money with Allstate, you feel like you're winning. Safe drivers save 40%. Saving is easy when you're in good hands. Allstate. Click or call for a...
If you're over 50, imagine you could turn back the clock on your stiff, achy joints 10, even 20 years. Imagine you could do this without products that just temporarily hide the symptoms and may have side effects. Imagine no more. Introducing Instaflex Advanced. Get a complimentary sample just by texting CLASS to 321321. Instaflex Advanced is different because it targets the root cause of joint soreness and stiffness. It doesn't just cover up symptoms. Instead, it bathes your joints in its unique combination of 5 key natural ingredients found in no other product. Key ingredients backed by 5 clinical studies. Instaflex Advanced is so powerful, you could have better knees in just 1 week. Maybe that's why it's the #1 selling joint brand at GNC. But you can only get your complimentary sample by texting CLASS to 321321. Plus, text now and we'll include a tube of Instaflex pain cream with its exclusive oxygenated oil for fast-acting relief from the pain of arthritis, backaches, and sore muscles. Absolutely free. Text CLASS to 321321.
Laser X.
Today marks the 65th meeting all time, and that's second most between head coaches in SEC history. Trailing only Ron Polk against Skip Burtman. And you remember that came in 2 stops for Ron Polk at Mississippi State and at Georgia. Mike Bianco head-to-head 38-26 against Dave Van Horn. And once this weekend is over, these 2 head coaches will have met more on the diamond than any other duo in SEC baseball history.
It's pretty remarkable. I mean, Skip and Ron are both legends, and Mike Bianco and Dave Van Horn are just as much of a legendary figures in SEC baseball, so pretty cool milestone.
Goodhart fouls it back. 1 ball and 1 strike to Matt Goodhart. 2-hole hitter. He's the DH. He's been on base 1 time. Grounded out in the first, walked in the 4th.
See Gunnar Hoagland's pitch count now at 97. Ole Miss's bullpen is up and moving. Mike Bianco was just basically trying to count outs as many as he can get out of Hoagland the rest of the way. You see a good fastball there and a good rip by Goodhart.
Gunnar Hoagland has not been flawless today, but he has been really good. Has not allowed a hit through 5 innings in this game. He has walked 4 batters. The walks and the strikeouts have contributed to a high pitch total. 100th pitch of the game is a ground ball, and it gets just under the glove of Peyton Chatagnier out into center field. The first hit of the game for the Arkansas Razorbacks. Comes with the leadoff man here in the 6th inning. I know, I'll go ahead and say it. I know you're a superstition guy, but I'm sorry. We are serving the viewers, not ourselves here.
Well, you know, we started talking about it, and it happened. So, but a nice piece of hitting there by Goodhart. And, you know, you can't score. I guess you can score a run without getting a base hit, but
it makes it more difficult as Caden Wallace comes to the plate.
I was in attendance once for an Edwin Jackson no-hitter. He walked 8 guys and threw 149 pitches against the Rays when he was with the Diamondbacks. That was the craziest game I've ever seen pitch. But, you know, they're on the board and still only down 3-0.
Just going to go out on a limb and tell you that Gunnar Hoagland is not going to throw 149 pitches today.
The scouts here will be screaming at Mike Bianco in the dugout if they anywhere near that.
This ball lifted to center. McCants going back and will make the catch shy of the warning track for the first out in the 6th. 1 away. Tuesday on the SEC Network, 7 Eastern, 6 Central, Game 2 of the home-and-home series between number 17 Florida State and number 12 Florida. FSU won in Tallahassee back on March 16th. This one will be played at the brand new Florida ballpark in Gainesville. SEC baseball is also available on the ESPN app, so you can watch anywhere. Florida lost Game 1 last night to the Tennessee Vols. Tony Vitello's club really good so far this year.
They're cruising, aren't they? Isn't that probably the surprise? I mean, I think we knew they would be talented and good, but they have really been the surprise of the league, in my opinion.
8-2 in the SEC, including a sweep of LSU a couple of weekends ago in Knoxville.
Tell you that at bat there with Wallace, that was a big at bat there for Hoagland. If Wallace somehow gets on, Hoagland's day's done, but with the left-handed hitter, Slavin's coming up, but still out there, keeping the bullpen, is trying to keep him as fresh as possible. He's able to see a couple more hitters.
This pitch off the mid of Dunhurst, and the count is 2-0 now to Brady Slavens. 50 home runs coming into this ball game, trailing only Old Dominion, Arkansas, and LSU, both with 50 home runs, and that 3, 4, and 5 in the order for the Razorbacks. A combined 21 home runs. 3-0 now to Slavens. Brady Slavens 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts today. Leads Arkansas with 31 driven in on the season. There's a strike at the bottom of the strike zone, and it goes to 3-1.
You got a good runner there at first base in Goodhart. You definitely want Slavens to swing away here and potentially make it a 3-2 game. But I'm curious to see if Arkansas tries to push the envelope now that they got the first hit and Gunnar on the ropes.
Outside, ball 4. Arkansas first and second with 1 down. That's the 5th walk by Gunnar Hoagland today. Almost half the number he had on the season coming in. Had walked only 11 this year.
Franklin's seen him well so far today. He had the line out and a walk. This is probably Hoagland's last hitter, but a chance for Arkansas to take one more swing at him. Potentially, you know, one of their more dangerous guys at the plate.
Christian Franklin takes down and away for ball 1. Arkansas came into this game 4th in the SEC with 155 walks, taking that season total to 160. The 1-0. This one's lined back up the middle, a base hit. McCants will field it in center field. Goodhart comes around and will score, and Arkansas is on the board with a 1-out RBI single up the middle from Christian Franklin. Drives in his 23rd of the year.
Well, Franklin's just seen it well off Hoagland. He's hit 2 fastballs just about as hard as you can hit a baseball. No chance for McCants on that single to center field. Now Arkansas on the board, still 2 guys on. And now Opitz at the plate. We'll see if Mike comes out to make a change.
Mike Bianco does come out of the bullpen, or out of the dugout. And coming out of the bullpen for Ole Miss is Jackson Kimbrell, a left-hander. Couple of hits here in the 6th inning, only 2 allowed in the game from Gunnar Hoagland. 8 strikeouts, a little uncharacteristic with the 5 walks through 5 1/3. He threw 109 pitches, and his day is done. It's Ole Miss 3, Arkansas 1, with a new pitcher coming into the game.
When we started our business, we were paying like an arm and a leg for the postage. I remember setting up ShipStation. I think it was just like 1 or 2 clicks. Everything was up and running. I was printing out labels and saving money.
ShipStation saves us so much time. It makes it really easy and seamless. Pick an order, print everything you need, slap the label onto the box, and it's ready to go.
Our cost for shipping, like, we're cut in half, just like that.
ShipStation, the #1 choice of online sellers. Go to shipstation.com/now and get 2 months free.
مبارك أنت 同志たるもの一致でこれをけ疾风用之治天下 Elite troop not just armies they are here the day has come
Enemy the King's Return download now.
Jackson Kimbrell making his 11th appearance of the year, 3-0 with a 2.35 ERA. Ole Miss flips things over with a left-hander now in the ball game. 22 strikeouts, 9 walks on the year for Jackson Kimbrell.
Gunnar had a good day. He battled, but this is a big spot for Kimbrell. He's going to come in. He's going to have to face a tough hitter in Opitz, who's going to flip to the other side of the plate. And just feel like Arkansas has been able to stay in it just long enough, but this is one of Ole Miss's best left-handed arms out of the bullpen. So Mike Bianco going with one of his better arms here in a big spot. See if Arkansas is able to capitalize.
5 walks issued by Gunnar Hoagland was the most in his career. Gave up only 2 hits. They came here in the 6th inning. A leadoff single to Matt Goodhart, and then the RBI single from Christian Franklin. He got Robert Moore swinging 3 times today.
Yeah, I thought the fastball was good pretty much all day. And just the off-speed pitches weren't always there for him. You saw a really good changeup right there, but slider struggled with command, and the changeup later in the inning started to lift up on him. And sometimes you just don't have all 3 or 4 pitches. But today he was able to turn the ball over in the 6th with a 3-1 lead.
So Opitz, the switch hitter, flips over to the right side against the left-handed pitcher. Jackson Kimbrell with 1st and 2nd and 1 down, and he goes all-speed breaking ball to start the at-bat. Casey Opitz was ranked the 6th best catcher in the country coming into the season by D1 Baseball. Fouled back for strike 2.
A couple of good off-speed pitches there by Kimbrell. Fastball is not going to be overwhelming for these Arkansas hitters. Kimbrell really just lives off putting this fastball on the outside part of the plate and working in his breaking stuff. So far in his first 2 pitches looked really good. Opitz has been off balance.
Slavin's at 2nd, Franklin at 1st. Kimbrell, who's set up on the first base side of the rubber. As far as you can go working from the stretch. The 0-2. And that ball gets past Dunhurst. The wild pitch will allow both runners to move up. Slavins to 3rd, Franklin to 2nd, and now Arkansas a base hit from tying the game.
And you won't see a mound visit there, but Kimbrell and Dunhurst just had a few words. Clearly a mix-up there. Dunhurst went down to block a breaking ball and got a fastball pretty much right in the chest. Looks like he's okay, but now 1-2 count. Opitz now up with the guys on 2nd and 3rd.
The 1-2. Check swing. First base umpire Scott Kennedy says that Casey Opitz was able to hold up. Let's take another look. That is really close.
That's a pretty good call, though. Opus does a good job just holding up just enough. A good pitch there by Kimbrell. See where he goes on the 2-2.
Chopper foul down the third baseline. Come back to the third inning when Ole Miss had the bases loaded with just one out. Back-to-back strikeouts by Wicklander got Arkansas out of a jam. Ole Miss in a bit of a jam here with second and third and just one out. And this ball lifted just foul down the third base line. That would have absolutely tied this game up. But Opitz just out in front and hooked it down the line.
I think you could hear the audible gasp of the fans there because that one was definitely tracking down the line for a tie game. Opitz turned on that breaking ball. See if Kimbrell goes try to get him upstairs on a fastball and try to get something away again after he turned on that hanging breaking ball.
Full count now to Casey Opitz with Gregory waiting on deck.
Obviously, Mike Bianco's will win more baseball games than I ever will in 10 lifetimes. But if I'm Mike Bianco, I'm not sure I'm throwing to Opitz anything really good here with first base open and Gregory on deck.
Chopper foul again. Kimbrell popped to shallow left, probably going to be deep enough to get a run home. That ball carries all the way to the warning track. Both runners will move up, and Arkansas has now made it a one-run ball game on a sacrifice fly from Casey Opitz. That ball really carried to left.
It did. He did not miss this ball by much. You got it just off the end. You see him kind of take a couple hops, and that breaking ball was in a decent location, but was up just enough for Opitz to put a drive into it again. 1/10 of an inch on the barrel. That might be one-run game for Arkansas.
That run charged to Gunnar Hoagland. Christian Franklin at third base also belongs to Hoagland. And Zach Gregory is looking for a hit to try and tie this game. 2 down. In the top of the 6th inning, Arkansas came into this frame trailing 3-0. The Razorbacks have put 2 on the board. A leadoff single from Goodhart. Then a fly out from Wallace. Slavens walked. Christian Franklin got an RBI single up the middle. And now a sac fly from Casey Opitz has made it 3-2. And it's now 2-0 to Zach Gregory batting in the 7 hole. Walked in the 3rd, flew out to right in the 5th. There's a strike to Gregory. Couldn't pull the trigger there.
Yeah, that's a good 2-0 off-speed pitch there by Kimbrell.
Breaking ball misses well away. Missouri won 7-2 last night over South Carolina. The Gamecocks have come back and split that series with a win 11-1 today. There's a strike, and it's now a full count to Zach Gregory.
See if Kimbrell challenges him again with a fastball in the same location, or he tries to work with that breaking ball.
Full count. Popped up, shallow left. That falls in for a base hit, and we're tied at 3. Zach Gregory just served one out into shallow left, and he limped his way down to first base. See if the trainer comes out to check. Good piece of hitting by Gregory.
He's stretching out down the first baseline, but see that ball there by Kimbrell just caught way too much of the play. Again, 3-2 count. You've had to come all the way back. You've got to really put one in the zone. And Arkansas now ties the game, and Mike Bianco going back to his bullpen.
And Gregory, you saw kind of checked up about 2/3 of the way down the line. You see him grabbing at that right hamstring. Well, you certainly hope that that's just a cramp and he's okay. Mike Bianco making another pitching change. So Jackson Kimbrell out of the bullpen faces 2 batters, gives up a sac fly and an RBI single. All 3 of the runs on the board for Arkansas charged to Gunnar Hoagland. And Tyler Myers is coming into the game. So Kimbrell works a 1/3 of an inning. Gives up 1 hit. And Gregory at first base belongs to him. So unable to strand any of the inherited runners, and we've got a new game. Ole Miss jumped out to a 2-0 lead with a couple of runs in the first, added to the lead in the third. Arkansas 3 runs here in the top of the 6th inning to even this game at 3. Tyler Myers pitching for the 8th time this year, 2-0 with a 4.63 ERA, only 1 walk, 13 strikeouts this year for Tyler Myers.
Yeah, we've talked a bunch about it over the course of this year, but he's come back from injury. And, you know, coming into this year, they weren't sure what they were going to get out of Myers, and here he comes in, 3-3 game, and even though it's Saturday, game 1 of an SEC series, and trying to get his guys back in the dugout. Big spot here for Myers.
Tomorrow night, Rally Cap returns for another season to break down the week that was in baseball and softball. Highlights, analysis, interviews. They'll also get you set up with a look ahead at the best matchups from the upcoming week. It's Rally Cap this week, 8 Eastern, 7 Central, right here on the SEC Network and available on the ESPN app. Arkansas is going to make a change with Tyler Myers coming into the game. They will pinch run for Zach Gregory, who came up a little gimpy going down the line into first base. It is Braden Webb who will be the pinch runner. So a big at bat for Zach Gregory, who drove in his 11th run of the year to tie the game at 3 between the Razorbacks and the Rebels. Top 5 matchup here at Swayze Field. This game 1 of a doubleheader between these 2 teams today. They'll finish the series tomorrow afternoon with first pitch at 1:30. 8-hole hitter Jalen Battles coming to the plate. Battles is 0 for 1 with a walk. Flew out back in the 3rd. Bats with Webb at first base and 2 down in the inning. Braden Webb perfect in the stolen base category this season. He is 5 for 5. See how aggressive Dave Van Horn wants to be with 2 outs to try and get a runner in scoring position. First pitch strike from Tyler Myers to Jalen Battles.
Yeah, really good off-speed pitch there in the 0-0 count. Myers will come with this Arkansas hitters with about an 88 to 91 mile an hour fastball. That breaking ball is kind of where he goes when he needs an out. See if he doubles up here, tries to get the fastball by Battles.
The 0-1. Breaking ball. It's 0-2. The end of the bat, slow roller right side. Chatinier tried to glove flip. Couldn't field it cleanly, and the inning is still going as that's an infield single for Jalen Battles.
Battles is hustling down the line, but I think Chatinier had a little bit more time than he thought. You just see this ball kind of hop at the last second. If Chatagnier even just tries to field that and flip it with his hand, he's got a good shot at getting battles, but a tough play all the way around. And you see Chatagnier saying there, hey, it's probably on me. I should have made that play. Tough break for Myers, who made 3 really good pitches there to Battles.
Chatagnier had to come a long way to get that ball, and I think you're right. I think maybe he didn't realize that he had a little more time than it first appeared. 9-hole hitter Jacob Nesbitt, 0 for 2, looking for a base hit to put Arkansas in front. He goes after the first pitch and fouls it off. Razorbacks with 3 across. Nesbitt, the 8th man to come to the plate in the inning for Arkansas.
And if you're Arkansas, I mean, this is obviously huge just to tie the game, but now you're starting to bring Cops into play here with Vermillion still on the mound. And Vermillion looked pretty sharp coming out of the bullpen in this last half of an inning, but Cops is just sitting out there. At any point, Dave Van Horn wants to go get him.
There's a strike, and it's 0-2 to Nesbitt. Hey, you're certainly maybe onto something there, but it almost feels like the way that they kind of held with Wicklander. The idea was to get Vermillion into the game and see if he could take it the rest of the way. We'll see. The 0-2 to Nesbitt.
Ooh. They have to agree with the faithful here at Swayze on that one. That was a good pitch there by Myers. This 0-2 fastball just running right back to the plate. See, Dunhurst not quite stick that one. He did try to bring it back a little bit, but again, home plate umpire Brian Cooper's been pretty consistent not calling that outside pitch.
The 1-2 to Nesbitt. Spoils that one.
But either way you slice it, however it works out, I mean, Dave Van Horn's definitely got the situation that he wanted coming into this game. Vermillion on the mound, the game's well within reach, and again, we started with a no-hitter going into the last half, or into this inning, I apologize, and Arkansas now still here threatening.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 out. Couple of runners on for the Razorbacks. It's a 1-hopper to Chatagnier, throws over to first, and that ends the inning. 4-3 to finish it off in the 6th. Razorbacks put 3 on the board. New game in Oxford.
It's a wish list on wheels. A choice that requires no explanation. It's where safe and daring seamlessly intersect. It's understated, yet over-delivers. It is truly the Mercedes-Benz of sports sedans. The 2021 C-Class, starting at just $41,600.
We can meet.
I miss you too.
Not as much as I do.
Fall in love. Even get a mortgage on our phone.
This is it.
Regions has a world-class digital mortgage experience. But if you need extra advice on life's biggest purchase, our mortgage loan officers can help you brave the beginning.
It takes a determined spirit to help others, to persevere. Together we've shown our true grit as we find new ways to improve lives and build better futures. A beacon of hope in the face of adversity. That's been our mission for 150 years. Our determination to build a better world continues to drive us forward, now and into the future. We are the University of Arkansas.
3 runs for Arkansas in the top of the 6th inning to even this game at 3 apiece. Ole Miss with a couple of runs in the first on a 2-run double by Hayden Dunhurst. Rebels added to the lead in the 3rd inning when Kevin Graham got an RBI single. Razorbacks score all 3 of theirs in the top of the 6th, and Cale Baker Leads off for Ole Miss in the bottom half of the 6th inning against Zebulon Vermillion. And for his 2nd inning of work. Two and 0 to Cale Baker. Arkansas does have a right-hander up and throwing in the bullpen. It's Ryan Costu. Baker gets a piece of that one, fouls it off for strike 1.
Last fastball there by Vermillion had some pretty nice cut to it. Saw Baker just foul that off the edge of the bat.
Baker came up empty on the fastball up. Cale Baker 0 for 1. Walk in the 2nd inning, a strikeout in the 3rd. That's a couple of times that Vermillion has had one well out in front of home plate.
They got Baker on a 2-2 fastball, basically down the middle. He was late. Same situation, they go with the off-speed pitch down. Imagine they go back to the fastball here, see if Baker's able to time it up.
He does go to the fastball. It's a swing and a miss. 2nd time that Cale Baker is struck out today. There's one out in the 6th.
Big cut there by Baker. Pretty good location there by Vermillion. The fastballs that Baker swung at were really on the outside part of the plate, and you just saw him kind of spin off of them. Baker, again, I say this about Elko a lot, better when they drive the ball the other way. Their top half tends to spin off when they're not seeing it very well. We saw that a couple times here with Baker.
Breaking ball. Plumlee swings over the top of it for strike 1. Arkansas pitchers have combined for 10 strikeouts now in the game. Wicklander struck out 7 in 4 innings of work. 3 strikeouts so far from Vermillion, and he's ahead in the count 0-2 on John Rice Plumlee. Only 0 for 1 with a pop out and a walk. A 3-pitch strikeout there. That's 4 straight strikeouts for Vermillion.
Watch the bottom half of this ball just drop there at the last second. It's really good pitching right there by Vermillion. I mean, he gave Plumlee 3 sliders in a row there. Wasn't able to do anything with them, but he's looked very sharp. Every time last inning, he bounced one way in front of the plate, threw really nasty sliders after that. Same thing happened in this inning.
Swing and a miss. Boy, Ole Miss struggling with Zebulon Vermillion right now. Justin Bench. Ground out, strikeout, and a fly out.
The slider's working. His fastball is definitely cutting right now. That one at 92. Wow. Haven't seen much out there most of the day, but good pitcher's pitch there by Vermillion.
One ball, 2 strikes. And Bench lines this through the left side for a base hit. A 2-out single. First hit of the game for Justin Bench. And the 2nd off Vermillion since coming in.
See him go back to that off-speed pitch. Bench stays in there just long enough, takes up on the outside part of the plate, and just extends his swing out, drives into left field. And a good piece of hitting by him. And good sign for Ole Miss, because Bench had really had a tough day up until this point, but now 2 outs and a runner on. The hot swinging Jake Gonzalez.
Wind has picked up even more as Gonzalez comes to the plate and takes away for ball 1. Rebel freshman from Glendora, California, has 4 home runs on the year, 1 in SEC play. Justin Bench leads Ole Miss in stolen bases. He's 7 for 9 on the year. One ball and one strike now to Jacob Gonzalez.
So that fastball up and try to hit it in the student section. There, good pitch there by Vermillion.
One ball and two strikes now to Gonzalez. And you hear the crowd going restless. And Brandon Cooper maybe not making a ton of friends with his strike zone. This ball hit off the glove of the third baseman. Nesbitt kicks out into left field. Bench kind of stumbles around second. And Ole Miss has runners at the corners, and
they're going to call interference here, and that's why you're getting Mike Bianco coming out. Not sure Bench would have scored, definitely, but he got held up there by the shortstop.
Well, that ball was hit sharply. You'll get another look. Okay, so you go down into third, and Bench trying to make the turn. Makes contact with Battles. Second base umpire Stephen Hagan having the conversation with Mike Bianco right now.
And again, the odds of Bench scoring are very, very small, but I think Mike Bianco's going, you took it away from any chance when you did that, and we'll see Vermillion exit this game.
So Zebulon Vermillion goes an inning and 2/3, and you mentioned earlier, quick hook from Dave Van Horn. This is an important weekend, an important series, and in game one of a doubleheader, Van Horn ready to go back to his bullpen. Third pitcher of the game used by Arkansas. And this is Ryan Costew coming into the game. 12th appearance of the season, 4-0 in 12 1/3.
But a big at bat there by Jacob Gonzalez. You know, Ole Miss really didn't have anything doing until 2 outs. Bench gets a base hit. Gonzalez puts one in a tough spot for Nesbitt to handle. Well, I'm sorry, not Nesbitt, he's out of the game. But, you know, now all of a sudden, Arkansas had to go for another arm in a game where you got to throw 18 innings. You know, these things can come back to get you and play big in these types of situations. But Vermillion was really good for Arkansas. Just a couple good pieces of hit by Ole Miss.
Got baseball coming your way on Tuesday night. Florida State and Florida meeting for the second time this year. Top 25 matchup, this time at the new Florida ballpark in Gainesville. Seminoles won it in Tallahassee back on March 16th. 7 Eastern, 6 Central, streaming online on the ESPN app. Of course, you can watch it on the SEC network.
Yeah, let me correct one thing. I said Nesbitt was out. It's obviously Gregory that got injured earlier. But
yeah, Webb stayed in to play left field for Gregory. Came in as a pinch runner and stayed in and left. So Costew, the new pitcher for Arkansas. Ole Miss trying to rally. Jacob Gonzalez got credit for a single, and that sharply hit ball off the glove of Nesbitt at third. Back-to-back strikeouts from Vermillion to start the inning at the bottom of the order with Baker and Plumlee. A bench single to left. And Gonzalez singled the opposite way. And now Peyton Chatagnier is facing Ryan Costew. And this one hits him in the back, and Ole Miss now has the bases loaded with 2 down.
Probably the last guy you want to see if you're an Arkansas fan come to the plate. Kevin Graham. Costew saw go to the breaking ball there on that first pitch. Just totally got away from him. He does have a fastball that sits in the low 90s. We'll see if he tries to attack Graham with that. Now here with the bases loaded.
Ole Miss trying to answer Arkansas's 3 runs in the top of the 6th inning to tie the game at 3. Rebels looking for a base hit out of Kevin Graham. 2 for 3 with an RBI single already today. Graham chops the first one foul.
Graham looking for something hard and straight there and got a change up. Really good pitch. See the numbers on Grant for this year. He has been exceptional for this Ole Miss lineup all year long.
Mile-an-hour fastball. Just heat right there from Costu out of the bullpen. Kevin Graham trying to get a ball in the air to left field and see what happens, or to right field rather. Wind is gushing out at Swayze right now. Bases loaded, an 0-2 count to Kevin Graham. A swing and a miss, a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. That's exactly what Dave Van Horn and Arkansas were looking for out of Costu.
Change up, 94, 95 mile an hour fastball, throwing heat. Tied here at Swayze going to the 7th.
Support your favorite college at Fanatics.com. The largest assortment of officially licensed fan gear from more than 500 colleges. Every conference, every team. Shop now and get today's special offer. Fanatics.com. Officially licensed everything.
Smile Direct Club. These are Smile Direct Club aligners. They can turn a smile like this into a smile like this in as little as 4 to 6 months for less than $3 a day. Choose Smile. Get started for free at SmileDirectClub.com.
Get the job you need. Get the job you want. Get started on ericsjobs.com. You're only one click away from the opportunity you've been searching for on ericsjobs.com. Hiring? Get the help you need. Get the candidates you want. Post your jobs on ericsjobs.com. Companies big and small find their next hire on ericsjobs.com. $25 job postings.
If you don't have final expense insurance, this message is for you. Life Care provides valuable whole life insurance to help cover final expenses, medical bills, burial costs, and unpaid debt. A final expense insurance policy is fast, easy, affordable life insurance, available to anyone between the ages of 50 and 80. No medical exams, no lengthy questionnaires, and no waiting period. To find out how you can get final expense insurance with a guaranteed lifetime rate lock, call 1-800-811-6443.
Coming in, thought it was going to be not only a good game, but a good weekend, and we've gotten just that. 3-3 as we go to the top of the 7th inning. Game 1 of a 3-game series, and first of 2 on this Saturday in the Magnolia State. Arkansas traveling to Mississippi for the second time this year. They played in Starkville a few weeks ago and got a sweep of Mississippi State. Tyler Myers came in and gave up a single, but got a ground out to get out of the 6th inning, and he delivers a first pitch strike to Robert Moore, who was happy to see somebody not named Gunnar Hoagland on the mound. 0 for 3 with 3 swinging strikeouts at the top of the order. Baseball family, his dad Dayton is the GM for the Kansas City Royals.
If you're 0 for 3 with the hat trick already, the 0-1, trying to drop one down on the third baseman playing back is always a pretty good play. Unable to get it down, but Moore finds himself in a 2-strike count. They've got him on the changeup a few times. So probably going to bump a fastball way away to set up something else.
This ball, a rifle shot to right field, and that is at the base of the wall. John Rice Plumlee will pick it up. Robert Moore leads the inning off with a stand-up double. And that ball got to the right field wall in a hurry.
Yeah, you see Ole Miss go back to the fastball. They tried to bump one way out there. I thought they might go with the changeup or breaking ball down and in, but tried to go with the fastball. He just left that dead red, belt high, right down the middle, and Moore got every bit of it. Ole Miss really just lucky that ball stayed in the yard.
If you were thinking, well, this might be a time that Arkansas would lay down a bunt and try and get the runner over to third, you would be going against the percentages. This Razorbacks team has 3 sacrifice hits all season long. That is not the makeup of this Arkansas team that has hit 50 home runs this year. Matt Goodhart at the plate. You did see Tyler Myers spin to second just to be sure. Gets away, but not far enough, or at least not far enough for Robert Moore to feel comfortable about taking off. He is the leader in stolen bases for Arkansas. Good base runner, 6 for 6 in stolen bases, but with nobody out in the inning, probably not a risk worth taking there.
Yeah, no question, but a great job by Dunhurst. You know, Moore's reading where the ball is, but also how quickly Dunhurst gets out of his stance, and he jumped out of there real quick. A good play by Dunhurst to keep him at second.
The 1-0 to Matt Goodhart, and he lifts it to right field, and that's a base hit, fielded by Plumlee. Moore going to slam on the brakes at third. First and third for Arkansas. And again, in a different situation with as well as more runs, maybe you test the arm, but with nobody out in the inning doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, and Goodhart smoked that ball right at Plumlee, who did a good job of. He got a good break, and he got a really good hop to throw, and the third base coach is reading where Plumlee's body is, too. And that's 2 balls just hung right over the middle of the plate. And Arkansas absolutely tattooed both of them, and in a huge spot here now.
Right-hander Austin Miller is up and throwing in the Ole Miss bullpen. Dunhurst with a quick visit for Tyler Myers. Couple of pitches in this inning to the first 2 hitters up in the zone. And both Moore and Goodhart have hit it sharply. And now Mike Bianco out to the mound as well. So Tyler Myers gave up a single in the 6th inning, but then got a ground out to finish it off. Razorbacks got 3 runs on 4 hits in the 6th. Off of a combination of Gunnar Hoagland, Jackson Kimbrell, and Tyler Myers. And now back-to-back base hits. A double from Robert Moore and a single from Goodhart to start the 7th inning. No signal yet as Brandon Cooper will make his way out to the mound and see what Mike Bianco says. He is indeed going to make a pitching change.
I think we'll see Austin Miller coming into this ball game. Mounts had just started throwing. Coach Bianco just giving his guy a couple more warm-up pitches. Myers did a good job getting out of the jam last time, but left 2 pitches up in the zone. Arkansas punished him.
So Austin Miller coming into the game for Ole Miss. Razorbacks have runners at the corners with nobody out, trying to take the lead in the top of the 7th.
With Allstate, drivers who switched saved over $700. Saving is easy when you're in good hands. Allstate. Click or call to switch today.
In 2005, Dr. Pepper sent 3 flavorists into a vault to perfect the impossible. Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar. Today, they finally emerged.
We did it! 23 flavors with 0 sugar.
What took so long?
Huh?
What took so long?
We sacrificed years in the vault.
I haven't seen my family in 16 years. My boy's become a man. Here, son.
It's perfect, Daddy.
It was worth it.
The zero you deserve is finally here.
Austin Miller pitching for the 11th time this year. He is 0-0 with a 3.38 ERA, 10 strikeouts, 4 walks. And he comes in and inherits a mess. Nobody out with runners at the corners in a 3-3 game. Arkansas hitless through the first 5 innings, but they have 6 hits in the last 2 at-bats. And the Razorbacks a hit away from taking their first lead of the game.
Yeah, Miller's, as you said, is going to come in and have to clean up a mess. He'll attack Arkansas like he does everybody else. He's got a 12-6 Uncle Charlie that he throws early and often, and really a spot fastball. And as you see there, a tremendous beard.
Sunday at 6 Eastern on the SEC Network. It's the second game of a 3-game series on the softball side between number 22 Georgia and number 11 Kentucky in the Bluegrass State. They'll finish up the series Monday night. Coverage starting at 7 Eastern. SEC softball available on the ESPN app so you can watch anywhere. Caden Wallace, Brady Slavens, Christian Franklin, the next 3 scheduled hitters for Arkansas, all 3 with 7 home runs on the year. Wallace is 0 for 3, and he takes ball 1 from Austin Miller.
And Ole Miss is going to give up the lead here with the infield back just to try to get some outs. If you're Wallace, you don't want to do too much. Try to get your guy in there, get the lead, and turn it over to those big arms that you have in the back end of that bullpen.
Fouling out a play by Wallace. Count evens at 1-1.
Nice snag there by the fan. You never know when your opportunity is going to come. You got to make plays.
Curveball stayed up. 2-1. Caden Wallace looking for his first hit of the game. He's got 4 3-hit games this season. Robert Moore over at third base. That's Goodhart at first. 2 good base runners for Arkansas, who's 24-4 on the year, 7-2 in the SEC. These 2 teams tied for the lead in the West coming into the weekend. 2-1. Big swing and a miss by Wallace. And the count goes to 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, at 86, Miller's fastball is not going to overwhelm the hitters, but that was a really well-placed fastball down and away. And now with the count even 2-2, he can either go back to that breaking ball or try to get Wallace maybe to chase something away.
Nobody out of the inning. Runners at the corners and time called. Keeping an eye on what's happening in other parts of the SEC. Georgia surprised everybody on Thursday night with a 14-2 win over Vanderbilt. Had a 1-0 lead late yesterday. Vandy ended up winning game 2, but Georgia leading 4-0 over Vandy in the bottom of the 5th. Now a full count to Caden Wallace. So Georgia trying to take a series in Nashville, which would be quite an accomplishment for the Georgia Bulldogs.
Yeah, no question. That Thursday night game was almost a shock to the system to see that many balls hit hard off rocker.
Full count. This one's hit hard but foul down the third baseline. Kicks back into play.
So Miller there, 3-2, goes back to that breaking ball. And Wallace just stayed in there. Really got good barrel on it just out in front.
Alabama trying to take the first 2 from Texas A&M. They lead 5-0. South Carolina split the series with Missouri earlier today with an 11-1 win. In the dirt, and now the bases are loaded with nobody out for Arkansas. So a double and a single off of Myers to start the inning, and then Caden Wallace draws a full count walk off of Austin Myers. Excuse me, off of Austin Miller, with Brady Slavens coming to the plate. Razorbacks held in check offensively for the first 5 innings. 5 zeros on the board, and that included the hit column. They have come to life in the 6th and the 7th. Slavens pops it up on the infield. It's actually going to be shallow left. Kevin Graham will make the catch and sends it back toward home plate. Runners cannot advance. That is a big out with Brady Slavens.
enormous. Just that fastball, you saw it 87, really chest high, and Slavin's just unable to do anything, but what a big pitch there by Miller. Very good hitting, Slavens. And now Franklin's coming to the plate, who's been really red hot all day. 1-2, lined out, walked. He's looked really, really on point today.
And Christian Franklin hit it hard to short to Gonzalez back in the second inning. Walked in the fourth inning and had an RBI single. Just rifled one back up the middle in the sixth. One down, bases loaded for Arkansas, and this pitch is in the dirt for ball one to Christian Franklin. Consensus preseason first team All-American. On the all-freshman team 2 years ago. He was the #1 outfielder out of the state of Missouri coming out of high school. Check swing, and say Franklin was able to hold up, and he's ahead in the count 2-0, and this gets to be a really dangerous spot for Austin Miller.
Yeah, Franklin's seen a bunch of off-speed pitches early in counts. Every at-bat he's had has been started off with an off-speed pitch. I think nearly all of them have been for balls, and he's punished the fastball. Now Miller's in a tough spot. He's going to have to serve him up something here with bases loaded in a 2-0 count.
Swing and a miss. Fastball up. Count goes to 2-1 to Christian Franklin.
Now does Miller go back to that breaking ball, think ground ball again? Maybe try to go away with that fastball after Franklin pulled off that last one.
In the dirt, 3-1.
So I'll just say this as somebody who played third base, 3-1 count, a power hitter up, and an obvious fastball count. I mean, you're just making sure you're extra ready down there for what could be an inevitable pull on a fastball. Austin's going to have to throw him something good here.
3-1, fastball a little bit low, and a run comes home to score. A bases loaded walk. Christian Franklin picks his second RBI of the game, up in his 24th of the year. And that, frankly, is a pitch that at times today, it's low. I mean, there's no question that pitch is low.
It's been called, though.
But that has been called a strike. But when Austin Miller's kind of bouncing it all over the place with the breaking ball, probably not going to get that call.
Yeah, no question. And the breaking ball, which is, again, his bread and butter, has not really been there.
So bases loaded walk gives Arkansas its first lead of the game, and certainly Ole Miss is not out of this yet as Casey Opitz takes strike one. Bases loaded, only one out in the inning, and Arkansas trying to put a crooked number on the board. Sacrifice fly from Opitz in the sixth inning. It was his 9th run batted in of the year. He takes strike two.
A good location there on that fastball by Miller. It's been a tough sled so far for him, but he's got himself now in an 0-2 count. He can go back to the breaking ball a few times. You got a wall behind the plate in Dunhurst who allows you to throw as many as you want back there.
One down, bases loaded, the 0-2. This one off the mid of Dunhurst. He gets to the backstop, and another run comes home for Arkansas, and the Razorbacks lead at 5-3.
Talking about bouncing a breaking ball, and then fastball just completely gets away from Miller. Not a whole lot Dunhurst can do there. Wheels are starting to feel like they're coming off for Ole Miss in this situation. You know, Ole Miss earlier in the game had a chance to really take a knockout blow to the Hogs, but they weren't able to do it. Arkansas now feels like they're in that spot, and Ole Miss is still going to play with the defense back.
Walked all the infielders into the edge of the grass, but then Mike Bianco changed his mind. There's a swing and a miss, strikeout. Second out of the inning. The run came home to score on the wild pitch.
Yeah, really good breaking ball there by Austin Miller. Fortunately, it comes one pitch after a wild pitch, but still got an opportunity to get himself out of this inning. And, you know, the offense has still got a couple opportunities. You got to keep it a 5-3 game.
Both runs in the inning charged to Tyler Myers. You can close the book now on him. Runners at second and third belong to Austin Miller as Braden Webb shows bunt.
The crowd wanted a strike there. See here.
I think Mike Bianco did too.
And you saw Shotney's way deep at second with 2 outs. I think Webb just thought, hey, if I get a fastball up in the zone, I'm going to push it for an easy base hit.
Webb takes strike one and the count evens.
Good bounce pit back there by Miller.
Kevin Kopps has been getting loose in the bullpen for Arkansas. We'll see if Dave Van Horn is ready to hand things off to him now that they have a 2-run lead. Kopps has been absolutely lights out this year for the Razorbacks. In SEC play, he has a 0 ERA. And the fact that he's throwing right now kind of makes you think he's coming in the bottom of the 7th inning. Swing and a miss for Webb, and the count evens at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Leadoff double followed by a single from Robert Moore and Matt Goodhart. Then a walk to load the bases. Bases loaded walk to score a run, and then a wild pitch to score a second run. Razorbacks 5, Rebels 3 in the top of the 7th. Austin Miller dealing with Braden Webb to try and get out of the inning. The 2-2. Now 3-2.
You got to figure Kopps is coming into the game to try to take it home for Arkansas.
Yeah.
If they're able to do that, Wiggins you'll have available in the second part of the doubleheader, who throws just another power arm out of this Arkansas bullpen.
Full count. Swing and a miss. That's a big strikeout for Austin Miller to keep it a 2-run game. Arkansas 5, Ole Miss 3. Time to stretch at Swayze.
The 2021 GLA SUV, starting at just $36,230. It's the biggest thing that ever happened to small.
Let's make lots of money. You've got the brawn, I've got the brains. Let's make lots of Oh, there's a lot of opportunities.
With Allstate, drivers who switched saved over $700. Saving is easy when you're in good hands. Allstate. Click or call to switch today.
SEC fans, gear up and support your favorite SEC school at Fanatics.com. The largest assortment of officially licensed SEC fan gear anywhere. Shop now and get today's special offer. Fanatics.com. Officially licensed everything.
I chose Smile Direct Club for my daughter. When her adult teeth grew in, one tooth came in crooked. When that tooth started hurting her, it was very scary. I worry about every decision I have to deal with my children. Smile Direct Club is a game changer.
Welcome back to Swayze Field. We see Arkansas bring in one of their just absolutely dominant arms in Kevin Kopps, who's been lights out in SEC play. You're going to see that short arm action, high 3/4 slot, fastball running in the low 90s, got a slider, changeup, and a curveball. And quite frankly, he's just been unhittable. And Coach Dave Van Horn, couldn't have gone any better to go with his pitching staff. Wicklander does just enough to turn it over to Vermillion, and he's able to get two of his premier arms here to hopefully close it out.
On a 4-0 with a 0.82 ERA. Kevin Kopps has been almost unhittable for Arkansas so far this year. In SEC play, he is 1-0 in 5 appearances with a 0 ERA, 22 strikeouts and 2 walks.
And if you're Ole Miss, you just got to see some pitches, and you got to go in with the mentality that you've left what feels like a million runners on base, and your time's coming to get back in the game. You're only down 2. You need one guy on and the big fly.
Ole Miss has left at least one runner on base in every inning. Left them loaded in the 3rd, stranded 2 in the 6th inning. 9 runners left on base. And the first pitch from Kopps misses for ball 1. It's 2-0 as Kopps is again down and in to Dunhurst. Fastball in the low 90s, slider in the mid 80s.
.20 slider. That is not fair if you're a hitter at the plate. Really good pitch there by Kopps. 2-0. Dunhurst is thinking something straight and really throws a nasty one on the inside part of the plate.
Ground ball, right side, past Moore, diving toward the 4 hole. He was playing on the edge of the outfield grass and kind of shaded up the middle, and Dunhurst gets a single off of Kevin Kopps to start the inning.
Yeah, you saw 4 consecutive breaking balls there, and Dunhurst does a good job just pulling that pitch that was up just in the zone. And like we talked about, you just got to get a guy on, and now Ole Miss is going to go to their bench and bring the freshman in for a pinch hit opportunity.
Calvin Harris, left-handed bat against the right-hander Kopps. And Harris hits it to short. Battles goes to second for 1, to first, not in. Oh, he called it double play. Thought that was a not in time, but a double play, and what a start there by Battles. Going to his right, kind of handcuffed him.
Yeah, honestly, I don't forget what happens at first base. We're probably going to have a review. It looks safe if they want to take a look at it, but what a play by Franklin. I mean, just unbelievable play. Tremendous hands. As you said, he was able to throw it against his body and start a double play. Looks like Mike Bianco is not going to review this.
Battles at short. Swing and a miss by McCants for strike 1. You didn't get much of a reaction from Calvin Harris. What a big double play for Arkansas. 6-4-3 to wipe out the leadoff single. McCants looking for his first hit. He is 0 for 3 with a flyout and 2 strikeouts.
You just don't get much better of a play than that. Battles just made an unbelievable play. I think you got to check him on that one, don't you?
Did the bat go forward at all?
Apparently. I mean, he might have gone, but
maybe the wrist broke just a touch. You got it back in a hurry. And now McCants ground ball. This one, tough hop for Moore. Look at the hands. He's able to corral it. And now McCants going to try to get to second. He's got to hurry. The throw beats him by several steps. He's out at second base. Moore had the throw get away from him. So an out on the play, and Arkansas leads going to the 8th.
In 2005, Dr. Pepper sent 3 flavorists into a vault to perfect the impossible. Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar. Today, they finally emerged.
We did it! 23 flavors with 0 sugar.
What took so long?
Huh?
What took so long?
We sacrificed years in the vault. I haven't seen my family in 16 years. My boy's become a man. Here, son.
It's perfect, Daddy.
It was worth it.
The zero you deserve is finally here.
Front door, garage, back door, everything.
comfort zones aren't meant to be permanent.
Hey, can we talk about this?
Later.
By choice or by chance, things will change.
2 p.m. meeting. Yes. I remember that sound. Want to see something cool?
Regions has the people, tools, and tech
We need an account we both can access.
to help you brave the beginning.
These folks, they don't have time to go to the post office. They have businesses to grow, customers to care for, lives to get home to. They use Stamps.com. Print discounted postage for any letter, any package, anytime, right from your computer. All the services of the post office, plus UPS, only cheaper. Get our special TV offer, a 4-week trial, plus postage and a digital scale. Go to Stamps.com/now and never go to the post office again.
Arkansas leads 5-3 over Ole Miss, headed to the 8th inning. Ole Miss got 2 hits in the 7th inning. A leadoff single from Hayden Dunhurst, and then Calvin Harris grounded into a 6-4-3 double play. Really good defensive turn in the middle with Battles and Moore. Close at first base, no review on that. And then TJ McCants reached on what was scored an infield single. Throw got away, tried to get to second base, and he was out by about 4 steps at second base. And so a promising bottom of the 7th ended quickly. And now Arkansas will try to add to their lead in the top of the 8th inning. Razorbacks had 0 hits through 5 innings. 3 runs on 4 hits, though, in the 6th inning, and then they added 2 more. 2 runs on 2 hits in the top of the 7th inning to take a 5-3 lead.
And Battles made just the defensive play of the game. Just don't see shortstop played better than that. In a huge spot, as you said, but Cops, you get the first guy on, and next thing you know, you bring the pinch hitter in. You feel like momentum might be building, and you get an unreal defensive play like that. And now here we find Battles leading off.
Battles takes ball 1 from Austin Miller.
You called at the top of the outset. Arkansas up the middle is just unbelievably talented defensively.
Yeah, it's Opitz behind the plate, Battles and Moore in the middle of the infield, and then Christian Franklin out in center field. 1-2 now to Jalen Battles. Battles has been on base twice. He flew out in the 3rd inning, walked in the 5th, and singled in the 6th.
Good miss there by Miller. Just to touch on the defensive plays last inning one more time. We got to play 27 innings in the next 24 hours, and for Cops to be able to get out of that inning, which was kind of a mess a little bit for him. It's huge to save his pitch count. See Battles foul that fastball straight back.
Cops has had a pretty heavy workload for the last couple of weeks. He pitched 4 innings in relief in Starkville against Mississippi State, and then threw all 3 games against Auburn. 3 innings in game 1, an inning in game 2, and an inning in game 3. Really good for Arkansas. 2-2 to Battles. Hops it into left center field, and McCants runs it down for the first out of the inning. Tonight, after Florida-Tennessee baseball, the SEC Now team will be back with a full breakdown. Plus, they'll have all the baseball and softball highlights from a busy Saturday you can always watch on the ESPN app. Tennessee, Florida. Tennessee with that win 6-4 last night to get to 8-2 in SEC play. Vols trying to win a series against the Gators tonight. Jacob Nesbitt 0 for 3 with a strikeout, a flyout, and a ground out. And he's behind in the count here, 0-2.
Miller's done a good job here staying in the zone. Battles had a good at bat there. He's able to get the fly out. But if you're Austin Miller, you got to do whatever you can to get a 0 on the board. And your offense has 6 outs against Cops, and 2 runs already seems like a huge deficit.
Has been able to hold off on chasing that one. McCants on the run. That ball caught at the edge of the warning track. You get a little bit of a glimpse of what the wind is doing. We've not seen a bunch of balls that have been hit well deep into the outfield, and McCants on the run just kind of lunged at the last second. Take a look at this.
Yeah, you see the angle that both Graham and McCants took. They both started to converge in, realized that they had to go more towards the wall. McCants just makes a really good play, really athletic play to save a double.
Now 2 down in the top of the 8th for Arkansas. And back to the top of the order. Robert Moore swings and misses over the breaking ball for strike 1. Moore had a big leadoff double in the 7th inning. Came around to score on the bases loaded walk to Christian Franklin. And that put Arkansas in front 4-3. This pitch not close for ball 1. 1 ball and 1 strike to Robert Moore, who struck out his first 3 at-bats of the game.
Good take there by Moore. See Miller continue going back to that breaking ball.
Moore ahead in the count, 2 balls and a strike. Couple of flyouts to start the inning. Austin Miller trying to make it a 1-2-3 top of the 8th. The 2-2.
Another good breaking ball there by Miller, and Moore spoils it. Seen that a bunch today. A lot of deep count at bats, Arkansas and Ole Miss. Seen a lot of pitches. Arkansas especially, even though it took a little while for their offense to get going early in the frames, they were able to run up Hoagland's pitch count.
Moore does a good job laying off the breaking ball in the dirt, and the count goes full. And Robert Moore is on base for the 2nd time today, 2nd straight inning that he has reached safely. Draws the full count walk. 41 pitches now for Austin Miller in relief. 4th pitcher of the game used by the Rebels. Gunnar Hoagland, the starter, lasted 5 1/3. Only a third of an inning from Jackson Kimbrell and Tyler Myers. And now Mike Bianco will go to the bullpen once again and will bring Josh Mallitz into the game to replace Austin Miller.
And that's tough if you're Ole Miss. Miller looked like he was cruising to get you through the 8th, and now you got to bring another arm in again with another game starting an hour and 15 minutes after the conclusion of this one. Arms are at a premium and pitch counts are at a premium. Arkansas is able to draw another arm out of that pen.
And walks have been a big part of the story today for Ole Miss. 3 walks, a couple of strikeouts for Austin Miller in an inning and 2/3. Josh Mallett's coming in to try and finish off the top of the 8th and keep it a 2-run game.
Today, women with nighttime urinary incontinence don't have to wake up wet. Wake up dry with the PureWick system, an innovative breakthrough system for managing female urinary incontinence at night.
Morning, Mom. Good morning. How did you sleep? Better, thank you. Oh, I'm so glad. Oh, good.
The PureWick system works outside the body to draw urine away, helping to keep skin dry and control odor. The PureWick system is a non-invasive option for management of moderate to severe urinary incontinence. It can also reduce trips to the bathroom, which is a known cause of nighttime falls. Now, nighttime falls can be one less thing to lose sleep over.
Medicare now covers the PureWick female external catheter. Call 800-496-7453 today to see if you qualify for Medicare reimbursement. That's 800-496-7453.
Each sold separately.
Josh Mallett's the freshman from Tampa, Florida. Tampa Jesuit is making his 12th appearance of the year. 3-1, 3.60 ERA, 24 strikeouts and 4 walks this year for Mallett's. Josh Mallett's has been a mix of reliever and starter. 12th appearance. He's got 4 starts this season. His job is to try and keep Arkansas where they are and give the offense a chance for Ole Miss to come back from a 2-run deficit down 5-3 in the top of the 8th.
Yeah, no question. It's a big spot here for the freshman. Goodhart's going to see a 3/4 arm slot fastball with arm side run, and he's got 2 breaking balls he can go to, change up and a slider. This is a good young arm for Mike Bianco, and so you see a big spot here on the game 1 of an SEC weekend. A lot of trust from Mike Bianco into Josh Mallett's.
So 2 down in the inning, and Matt Goodhart at the plate. Goodhart's been on base 3 times today as the DH, batting in the 2 hole after a ground out in the 1st inning. He walked in the 4th, singled and scored in the 6th, singled and scored in the 7th. Mallett's keeping an eye on Robert Moore, who we talked about earlier, is the leading base stealer this season for Arkansas. He's 6 out of 6. And with 2 down, this certainly feels like a time where they might try and get Robert Moore into scoring position. Does not go on the first pitch, and that fastball misses away for ball 1.
Yeah, Mallett's is not quick to the plate either. So Dunhurst will have to get a good throw off to try to get Moore at second base, but absolutely feels like a time where you might see a steal opportunity.
Chopper foul, first base side. Bobby Weems, the first base coach for Arkansas, just kind of ducked out of the way there.
Back-to-back fastballs here by Mallett's. Just a quick throw over, almost got Moore taking a step to second base. See if he goes back to that fastball. Goodhart drilled the fastball in the right field in his last at bat. Haven't seen the breaking ball yet from Mallett's either.
And again, a throw to first. 100th meeting all time between Arkansas and Ole Miss on the diamond. Razorbacks with a 51-48 lead overall. It's 21 apiece here in Oxford. Ground ball under the glove of Chatinier at second. That ball was hit sharply by Goodhart, and he's now been on base 4 times today in 5 at-bats, or 5 plate appearances. He does have a walk.
Yeah, and you see Mallett's goes to the breaking ball there, and Goodhart does change up away, and Goodhart just does just enough to drive it up the middle. Chatinier almost gets there. Now Arkansas with 2 guys on and 2 outs, and the power bats coming to the plate.
Caden Wallace Does not have a hit today. Struck out in the first, reached on a fielder's choice, flew out and walked. He takes strike one. Fifth largest crowd in Ole Miss baseball history, better than 11,500 today for game one of the doubleheader.
So I messed up, but a good curveball there. Get me over breaking ball to start the count. Fastball just missed. See where Mallets goes to the dangerous Wallace here in the 1-1 count.
Despite 7 home runs, just 13 runs batted in. Wallace lifts this to right field. That ball carrying, and it's going to one-hop the wall. 1 run scores. Here comes another run as Goodhart going to try to come all the way around from first. It's a 2-run double, and Arkansas gives itself a little cushion, now leading 7-3 over Ole Miss.
And watch this breaking ball, and he just does a great job staying back. You don't see him spinning that top half. Lower half stays in it, drives that ball the other way. And Arkansas really in business now, but a great piece of hitting there by Wallace. You know, with Cops on the mound, it almost feels like you blew the game open in a 4-run lead, but Mallets has to really bear down here and try to keep it within the slam zone.
5th double of the year for Caden Wallace. Last 3 innings have been good to the Razorbacks. 3 runs in the 6th, 2 in the 7th, 2 more here in the 8th, and that is back-to-back base hits. After a couple of flyouts to start the inning, walk, single, and 2-run double. And it's now 2-0 to Brady Slavens. And the mindset for Mallets really can't change. It's still about minimizing.
Yeah, I mean, in all honesty, it's probably Mallets' game the rest of the way. I mean, Mike Bianco can't afford to use any more arms unless if it just really, the rails comes really off the rails. But it's probably Mallets' game to finish in the 8th and the 9th. Unless if Ole Miss is really able to jump on Cops in the bottom of the 8th. But yeah, at this point, you got to limit the damage, and it's about preserving arms for the rest of the way.
Long foul ball there from Brady Slavens.
He torched that one foul down the right field line. Turned on that fastball. 3-0 swinging.
Outside for ball 4. 2 on again for Arkansas as Slavens draws the walk. First walk by Mallets, but 9 walks by Ole Miss pitchers. And you look at this Ole Miss team throughout the course of the year. 210 strikeouts and 148 walks.
Yeah, it's just not good enough. You can't walk that many guys and expect to beat good teams. And
yeah,
again,
today 10 strikeouts, 9 walks.
Yeah, you just can't do that as a pitching staff. And again, you know, you can say, well, the zone was tight here or there, but you know, the 2-out walk to extend this inning to give Arkansas 2 more runs is backbreaking. You just got to be able to go out there and throw strikes. If the guy hits a home run, he hits a home run. But to go out there and have that many free passes without Arkansas having to leave the yard is pretty impressive for Arkansas's discipline at the plate as well.
After 2 outs in the inning, walk, single, double, and another walk. Razorbacks first and second with 2 down, and Christian Franklin takes strike 2. Okay. 1-2. Ole Miss got 2 in the first and 1 in the third. Arkansas 3 in the 6th, 2 in the 7th, 2 in the 8th. Razorbacks lead at 7-3. Ground ball to third, fielded by Bench. He'll step on the bag ahead of the runner Wallace, and that ends the inning. Ole Miss has its work cut out for it, down 7-3 going to the bottom of the 8th.
The SEC and SEC Network thank our official corporate sponsors for their continued support of our student athletes during every championship season.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and my passion has always been to help each and every one of you get the best sleep of your life. TV has helped MyPillow become the amazing company that it is today. So my employees and I want to thank you with some of our best prices ever. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on TV specials. You'll get deep discounts on MyPillows, mattress toppers, sheets, and so much more. For example, you can get body pillows regular $89.99 for only $29.99 with your promo code.
Important healthcare news. Announcing a 24/7 telehealth plan with fast access to doctors. Telemed One provides live doctor video and phone access nationwide. Visit a board-certified doctor in your state by mobile, computer, tablet, or landline. Fever? Feeling sick? You now have a doctor on call. Get diagnosed and a prescription quickly sent to your pharmacy. According to the AMA, up to 75% of doctor urgent care and ER visits can be managed by telehealth. Call now. Get protected. Everyone accepted.
Way back in the bottom of the first inning, Ole Miss, after a single from Kevin Graham, got a 2-run double from Hayden Dunhurst to put Ole Miss in front 2-0. Rebels would add to the lead with Kevin Graham, who you see scoring there in the third inning when he singled through the right side to score Peyton Chatinier. Ole Miss carried that 3-0 lead into the top of the 6th inning. Arkansas got its first hit of the game in the 6th, and then an RBI single from Christian Franklin. Casey Opitz added a sac fly. Zach Gregory had an RBI single. Razorbacks put 3 runs on the board to tie the game. They added 2 more runs in the 7th and 2 in the 8th. And so Arkansas in front 7-3 as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. A pinch hitter leading things off for Ole Miss. Left-handed hitting Trey LaFleur facing Kevin Kopps, who's back out for the 8th after giving up a leadoff single in the 7th. He got a ground ball double play from Calvin Harris. There's a swing and a miss for strike 2 to LaFleur. TJ McCants got an infield single, but then tried to stretch it after the throw got away at first base, and he was thrown out trying to get to second. 3 pitches and an out to start the bottom of the 8th as Trey LaFleur goes down swinging. First strikeout for Kopps since entering the game.
Yeah, it can't be any more efficient than that. 3 hard breaking balls in a row, and LaFleur just swung through all of them. Good work by Kopps, and we see another pinch hitter for Ole Miss, number 9, Hayden Leatherwood. Hit for Plumlee.
Leatherwood takes a first pitch strike. Senior from just outside Memphis in Collierville, Tennessee. Chase is down and away for strike 2. That's 5 pitches and 5 strikes here in the 8th inning from Kevin Kopps. Leatherwood hitting .229 on the year, and he takes up and away for ball 1.
That's 6 in a row, that off-speed pitch.
Count evens at 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Hayden Leatherwood. Ole Miss down 4 in the bottom of the 8th, looking for base runners. And Leatherwood lines it into center field for a base hit. 1-out single for Hayden Leatherwood off of Kevin Kopps. And that flips things back to the top of the order for the Rebels.
Yeah, 8 times the charm for Ole Miss there. You see a really good job there by Leatherwood. Just goes down with it, doesn't even put a full swing on it, keeps his hands inside the ball and drives that slider up the middle. And again, you got to get runners on base, keep passing the bat back. You don't have to score 4 in this inning. Just make it interesting. Get a couple guys on, make Kopps throw some some stressful pitches.
Swing and a miss for strike one to Justin Bench. He is 1 for 4, had a single in the 6th inning, was stranded at third base. Started the game with a ground out, a strikeout, and a fly out.
It's 10 in a row now.
Cops throws that slider in the mid-80s. And it is tough to deal with, especially for right-handed hitters. And in the dirt for ball one. I think you mentioned earlier with the Ole Miss pitchers on the mound, a lot of confidence in Dunhurst behind the plate. Arkansas feels the exact same way about Casey Opitz. This ball lifted into shallow center field. A base hit off the end of the bat for Justin Bench. So Ole Miss with a couple of base runners after an out here in the 8th inning.
Just continue to see Cops go to that same breaking ball, and it's a nasty pitch, but 11-12 in a row now. Bench saw 4 of them before that single, and now all of a sudden 2 guys on. Gonzalez coming to the plate, who's been red hot of late. Certainly make things interesting here.
Gonzalez singled and scored in the 1st inning, struck out in the 3rd, flew out in the 4th, and singled in the 6th inning. He's got 4 home runs on the year. Wind is blowing out. That was a fastball from Cops at 91.
Definitely a time if you're Jacob Gonzalez, try to put one in the air out in right center.
1 ball and 1 strike. Arkansas has hit 50 home runs on the year. Ole Miss has 33 coming into today's ball game. Neither team has gone deep on a day where the wind is certainly helping. Fastball misses there for ball 2. 2 balls and a strike to Jacob Gonzalez. Three and 1.
There's a little flinch back there, wasn't there?
And a little bit of a hesitation from Brandon Cooper, the home plate umpire. We'll see. Does Cops go fastball to Gonzalez, or does he stick with the breaking ball? Goes breaking ball, and it is a good one. And now a full count to Jacob Gonzalez. A lot of confidence in that slider.
I was going to say, there's a reason the numbers are so good when you can go to that slider in a 3-1 count. Freshman at the plate looking to try to make it a 1-run game.
Full count pitch, down and in, and Ole Miss has the bases loaded, down 4 in the bottom of the 8th. Leatherwood to 3rd, Justin Bench to 2nd, and Jacob Gonzalez now at first base after the walk, and that's the 3rd time that he's been on today. And quickly a meeting on the mound is Nate Thompson, the pitching coach, in his 4th season on Dave Van Horn's staff. We'll talk with Kevin Kopps.
Ole Miss has been in this situation a few times, and Arkansas has been able to wiggle out of it. You know, is this the time where they're able to really punish Arkansas with guys on base? They're going to have their guys coming to the dish, and Chatinier, Graham, and Dunhurst. See Kopps' numbers there.
So 4 hits allowed by Kevin Kopps.
Again, 26 pitches, and really was fortunate to get out of that last inning with very few pitches too.
It's the most hits that Kopps has allowed in a game this year. All 4 hits have been singles. He's given up 2 hits 3 different times. Chatinier takes first pitch strike.
That's a good pitch there by Kopps. Chatnier's aggressive hitter. He was looking for anything on the middle part of the plate, middle lane, that he could drive out to the outfield. And good pitch there by Kopps.
0-1 fouled off, and Chatinier is in the hole. No balls and 2 strikes with Kevin Graham waiting on deck.
They snuck a fastball by him in the first inning, but I feel like Chatagnier may get 3 or 4 sliders in a row if it takes that many.
He got the slider, but swings and misses over the top of it. Great location on the outside part of the plate. Second out of the inning.
Ole Miss is going to need something from Kevin Grant here. This offense is going to be kicking themselves after leaving so many guys on base. Good job by Cops, and really 3 really good sliders in a row there. Pulled the string on that one. Graham came up in the exact same situation, bases loaded, 0-2 count, fastball up in the zone.
No balls and 2 strikes here to Kevin Graham. Let me correct myself on something. It was Matt Hobbs, the pitching coach, that went out to visit with Kevin Cops a second ago, not Nate Thompson. He's the guy that works with the hitters and coaches third base. So got that right now. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Got him on the breaking ball. Kevin Cops got himself into a jam and then worked out of it. Strikes out the side. Ole Miss strands 3 more.
Not much you're going to do there. Arkansas wiggles out of the jam, takes a 4-1 lead into the 9th.
It's a wish list on wheels. A choice that requires no explanation. It's where safe and daring seamlessly intersect. It's understated, yet over-delivers. It is truly the Mercedes-Benz of sports sedans. The 2021 C-Class, starting at just $41,600.
See you guys.
Growing up, my parents always encouraged me to do what's right, even if it wasn't easy. I'd always hear my mother's voice say, "Do the right thing." That stuck with me. Every day, just do the right thing. That's it. The rest takes care of itself.
At Shelter Insurance, we believe in doing the right thing for our customers and our communities. For award-winning claims and sales service, find an agent at shelterinsurance.com.
Gymnastics champions. A walk-off grand slam. Wins the College World Series. Another SEC tournament title.
Despite 13 hits for Ole Miss, 13 men left on base. Arkansas 7, Ole Miss 3 as we go to the 9th inning. The Razorbacks did not have a hit through the first 5 innings. They've scored 3 in the 6th, 2 in the 7th, and 2 in the 8th, and carry a 4-run lead into the 9th inning, with Casey Opitz leading off for the Razorbacks. Opitz lifts the first ball to left center field. McCants on the run, gets there a couple of steps shy of the track for the first out of the inning. Baseball coming your way on Tuesday, a midweek matchup between Florida State and Florida. 7 Eastern on the SEC Network and streaming online with the ESPN app. Top 25 matchup. Gators lost to Florida State down in Tallahassee back in mid-March. Josh Mallitz drops in breaking ball for strike 1 to Braden Webb. Webb came into the game as a pinch runner for Zach Gregory, who came up limp just shy of first base after an RBI single in the 6th inning. Webb struck out to end the 7th inning, and he's behind in the count here. No balls and 2 strikes to Josh Mallitz. Ole Miss is going to need at least 4 in the bottom of the 9th. Off of the best relief pitcher in the Southeastern Conference so far this year in Kevin Kopps. He loaded the bases in the 8th inning, but back-to-back strikeouts. Stranded 3. Two, swing and a miss. Strikeout by Mallets. That is his first since entering the game. And there are quickly 2 out in the top of the 9th inning for Arkansas.
Yeah, really good breaking balls there by Mallets. Missed just off the plate on the pitch before and was able to come back and get Webb on that breaking ball. But now 2 down. Mallets just incredibly important to try to get his offense back in there. You know, you had a shot at Kopps in the last inning. Your offense probably feels like they can get another shot at him, even though they weren't able to produce in the 8th. But you got to get back in there, only down 4.
Jalen Battles 1 for 3 today. He's been on base 2 times. A couple of flyouts as well. And he's behind in the count 0-2. Ole Miss and Arkansas will play game 2 of the doubleheader. About an hour and 15 minutes after the conclusion of game 1. If you want to watch that one, you'll be able to watch it on the SEC Network Plus. Popped up. McCants. And Arkansas goes 1-2-3 in the top of the 9th inning. Razorbacks carry a 4-run lead into the bottom of the 9th, trying to take game 1 of this series.
Family first. My dad used to tell us that all the time. But family first wasn't just something he'd say to us. It was how he lived every day of his life. And it's how I try to live mine, too. At Shelter Insurance, our agents are dedicated to helping provide personalized auto, home, and life protection that puts your family first. We're your shield. We're your shelter.
The SEC taught us it's easy to love winning, but to admire all who bring their best effort every time they step up to compete. That having the guts to keep going is at the very heart of greatness. And that the game isn't over until it's actually over. As the official bank of the SEC, at Regions, these lessons remind us every day is a good day to dig deeper, because the SEC taught us how to face a challenge, even this season.
It's a wish list on wheels. A choice that requires no explanation. It's where safe and daring seamlessly intersect. It's understated, yet over-delivers. It is truly the Mercedes-Benz of sports sedans. The 2021 C-Class, starting at just $41,600.
Arkansas leading 7-3 over Ole Miss. I don't know what to tell you. Yankees and Red Sox beyond the right field wall.
Rally caps. Upside down sunglasses. Ole Miss fans looking for any type of rally against Kevin Kopps here in the 9th.
Razorbacks and Rebels, game 1 of a doubleheader. This series that will decide who's in first place in the SEC West. Both Arkansas and Ole Miss through 3 weeks coming in at 7-2. The Razorbacks with the advantage right now as Hayden Dunhurst leads off. A 4-for-4 day for Hayden Dunhurst. And he grounds this one up the middle, backhanded by Moore, flips to Battles, who can't quite get it there in time. You got to be kidding me. I know it didn't work out, but still.
It was unbelievable. You could see the communication. You could see it in their eyes. Unbelievable play. Moore goes up the middle, and you can see them. They're taught. They know what's coming. Battles is ready to take that because there's no chance Moore's going to make that play.
So Dunhurst leads the inning off with a single. And what a game for Hayden Dunhurst, the Rebel catcher, 5 for 5. And now Calvin Harris takes down an in for ball 1.
Man, that was unbelievable. Not to overshadow a 5-hit day by Dunhurst.
First of his career, by the way. Calvin Harris takes a strike, and the count goes to 1-1. Kevin Kopps has mixed a few fastballs in, but basically for 3 innings, it's been a steady diet of sliders. He's thrown 37 pitches so far in relief. Here's a ground ball, chance for 2. To second for 1, to first. That's a double play, the second that Arkansas has turned today. And the Razorbacks are now 1 out away from getting a Game 1 win.
Yeah, this one not as electric, but really nice turn nonetheless. Tough day for Harris coming in as a pinch hitter.
Yeah, twice Calvin Harris has grounded into a double play after a leadoff single. And now TJ McCants trying to keep this game alive. Swings and misses for strike 1. Two down, bottom of the 9th inning. Arkansas 7, Ole Miss 3, and the Rebels are now down to their last strike. Kevin Kopps out of the bullpen for Arkansas, as good as advertised. Wicklander went 4 innings, Vermillion an inning and 2/3. Costu worked a third of an inning and got a strikeout, and now Kopps finishes it off. He strikes out 4. And Arkansas gets the win to improve to 8-2 in the SEC. Ole Miss falls to 7-3. An impressive come-from-behind win for the Razorbacks.
Yeah, absolutely, and a big-time win with Hoagland on the mound. You know, just the inability for Ole Miss to get the big hit. 13 left on base, 7 left in scoring position. Great job by Arkansas.
Coming up next, it's Auburn and Texas A&M. We're going to send you to college softball or College Station for softball. Arkansas takes Game 1 of the series 7-3 over Ole Miss.
We welcome those of you who watched Arkansas knock off Ole Miss in baseball. Davis Diamond, Bryant, College Station, Texas, home of the Aggies, Texas A&M and Auburn, Game 2 of this 3-game weekend series. Eric Freed with the 2-time All-American from Tennessee, Madison Shipman. Been a pitcher's duel so far, although Auburn has Madison Kepke in scoring position, and now they have 2 on with 2 out here in the top half of the 3rd inning. Auburn used a 3-run first inning in Game 1 of the series when they batted around to set the tone and won Game 1 6-2. But Kayla Pointer has come out throwing strikes for Texas A&M. Just gave up her first hit. It was to the number 9 hitter, Kepke, who stole second. And now a walk to Dowell, 2 on for Tyler King. King with a ground ball off of Walls in time to get the out at first to retire the side. 2.5 done in Aggieland. Kayla Pointer pitching a shutout so far.
The day has come.
The King's Return. Download now.
Oh, my stomach. What's wrong? It always happens when I eat. Bloating, indigestion. Have you tried probiotics? Yeah, but they never work. I thought so too, but then I tried Peptiva.
Peptiva is the first ever doctor-formulated probiotic that works at night to soothe indigestion, cramping, bloating, constipation.
And it has time-released melatonin to help you get the best sleep of your life. Now that sounds good.
Get your complimentary sample now by texting GOOD to 231-231. That's GOOD to 231-231.
Do you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS? If so, you may qualify for the IRS Fresh Start program, so you won't have to make any payments to the IRS. That's right. If you qualify for the IRS Fresh Start program, you won't make any IRS payments once you are accepted. Once you're in the IRS Fresh Start program, the IRS will stop all harassing and threatening collection activities. Call Fidelity Tax Relief at 800-430-2910 to see if you qualify. 800-430-2910.
Nuts.com.
Game summary. It's all about the pitching so far between Auburn and Texas A&M. A&M had a threat going in the first inning, but a double play ended the inning in support of Maddie Penta, who then retired the side in order in the second. Now ready to work against 8, 9, and 1 in the A&M lineup. Aggies come in 25-10 on the season, but they've lost 5 in a row. They're 4-6 in the SEC. And Auburn 20 wins on the season after the win on Friday. 20-11, 2-8 in the SEC. Morgan Smith can't catch up to that heat. Strike one.
Morgan Smith's a batter that Coach Evans says has had some really timely hits for them so far this season. It's just a matter of her being able to consistently string together good at-bats. That's something that she still continues to work on for them.
Two and one.
You can tell Penta throwing with some really good velocity out there in the circle. Still working on commanding that zone right there. You saw her catcher Aspen Godwin set up on the outside corner, and that pitch tail back in. Those are the types of things that freshmen just kind of have to learn, the subtle nuances of pitching, especially pitching in the SEC. You don't have the luxury of just being able to blow it by every single batter. You really need to learn how to pitch and not just throw out there. That's something that she's still learning to do, but Coach Mickey Dean says she definitely has all the tools to be a really elite pitcher out there for them.
14th appearance for Penta this season, her 14th start, 6-5. Got off to a 5-0 start to begin her college career, but one win since then. And it's a leadoff walk for Morgan Smith. Coming up tomorrow, we'll have the second game of the 3-game series between 22nd ranked Georgia and 11th ranked Kentucky in Lexington, and they'll finish up the series Monday on the SEC network as well. Coverage starts at 7 Eastern, 6 Central. SEC softball is also available on the ESPN app all season, so you can catch it wherever you may be, including in the stands on a perfect spring day in Texas. Bunt right out in front of the plate. It will be a successful sacrifice, and more than that, a throwing error will send runners to second and third for the Aggies here in the third with nobody out. Great bunt from Wiggins, started it, and then Godwin threw it above the first baseman, so a threat here for A&M.
We were just talking about how solid Auburn's defense looked today, and that's actually Madison Kepke that comes all the way across to field that bunt. And this throw just sails on her. She fields it in plenty of time, grabs it, picks it up, and it looked like maybe she did kind of fumble it in her glove. But because of that, now, instead of just a sacrifice bunt with a runner over at second base, A&M now has 2 runners in scoring position with nobody out.
So scored a sacrifice for Wiggins and an E5. Kepke on the throwing error. And Auburn will take a beat here with A&M putting runners in scoring position with the very dangerous Mackenzie Herzog stepping to the plate.
Herzog's just been so clutch for this A&M team, and it doesn't get any easier after you face Herzog. Of course, Bree Warren sitting there on deck, and then Haley Lee right behind her. If you're Penta, you need to go right after Herzog and try to get a couple of quick outs here.
Starts with strike one. Herzog lined out to the center fielder, Packer, who covered a lot of ground to make the play in left center field. Penta slowing things down now for Auburn. And Herzog fouls it out of play, down in the count 1-2.
This is a good time here for some solid situational hitting from Texas A&M. You got 2 runners in scoring position, no outs. You know that Maddie Penta has the ability to throw the ball up in the zone. If I'm Herzog, I'm doing whatever I can to lift that ball out into the grass to allow Morgan Smith to tag and score from third base.
This one is down for a base hit. 2 runs will score, and Texas A&M is on top 2-0. Mackenzie Herzog delivers again for the Aggies.
Herzog says, you know what, I'm not just going to score 1 run for my Aggies. I'm going to go ahead and clear the bases here. She drives this pitch low and inside outside. You'll notice how she keeps her barrel back behind the ball. That allows her to drive the ball out into the left center gap to allow Morgan Smith and Rylan Wiggins to score. And the Aggies have found themselves up 2-0 here in the bottom of the third.
Herzog really made great strides last season, hit a team best .415 in the 26 games played, including 6 home runs, and has kept it going here in 2021. And she is a threat to steal, 15 of 16 on the season. Warren singled to right her first time. There goes Herzog with her 16th stolen base, no throw.
Well, at least Coach Evans didn't have to hold her breath going into that one. Herzog able to steal that one without having to slide in. We did ask with her, we were kind of joking. I was like, does it ever make you nervous knowing that your pitcher is sliding into those stealing bases? She goes, yes, it definitely makes me hold my breath every once in a while, but she's just so good, and that's a huge part of her game that she doesn't want to take it away from her.
Well, Bree Warren last night accounted for the Texas A&M runs. This huge shot to straightaway center field. I mean, it cleared everything. The fence, the fans, the hedges, and most importantly, Millie, the puppy out in center field, wasn't even phased. It's like, you know, Bree Warren's going to hit a lot of home runs. I'm going to act like I've been there before. Well, everybody around Millie was losing their minds, but Millie, obviously a very good dog, just settled in there in center field. She's seen the other dogs that we've showcased here on the SEC network.
I love how right after the celebration, everybody needs to make sure that the puppy, that Millie, is still doing okay out there. Yes. Priorities, right? Celebrate the home run first, and then
that's a good dog owner, yes.
Feed the dog.
First you have to protect the dog, and then there's other times where you just have to entertain the dog.
Look at how ferocious she is. Look at that.
Yeah, I think it's more Millie entertains us.
That's the power stance. Power stance.
Warren tried to check, could not, and is down on strikes for the first out here in the third.
That's a huge strikeout for Maddie Penta. Of course, we know what Herzog just did the at-bat before, scored a couple of runs. It was big for Penta to come back in, settle down, get that big strikeout, knowing that Warren has the potential to have so much power up at the plate, and that gets a little bit more momentum back on Auburn's side.
Haley Lee walked in the first. Raising her team best on-base percentage to .538. 8th in the SEC in hitting, tied for 2nd in home runs, and ahead in the count 2-0. With first base open, you would think Penta's not going to mess around with Lee too much.
Oh, I wouldn't. I would put her on here, and I know that Shaylee Ackerman on deck, who has been on fire as of late. I would still take my chances with Ackerman rather than having to deal with Haley Lee up at the plate.
Ooh. Lee goes fishing, doesn't get it. It's 2-1.
I think she was trying to hit that one over the bushes, hoping that maybe Millie was back out there in center field. I don't think the puppy's out there today, but she was going for it on that swing.
Penta comes in, and it's fouled off. It's 2-2.
Now, these are the times as a freshman pitcher, you know, Haley Lee has, of course, the numbers are jumping off the page. You get to a 2-strike count and you start to maybe get a little bit greedy. You want that strikeout, but I would still be painting the ball outside of the plate, trying to see if you can get Haley Lee to get herself out. Just like that, rather than making a mistake over the plate.
Took a big rip, couldn't get it. Penta gets her 3rd strikeout. Back-to-back Ks for the freshman, 2 down.
And again, I really like this spot from this pitch by Maddie Penta. It's a pitch up and in underneath the hands of Haley Lee. And because of the location of that, even if Haley Lee were to make contact with it, it's a really hard pitch for anybody to drive. A nice solid couple of at-bats here to bounce back after that hit from Herzog.
Popped up on the infield. Kepke calls for it in foul ground to put it away. Couple of runs for Texas A&M, brought in by Mackenzie Herzog.
Herzog able to capitalize on the air by Auburn. Auburn going to try to even up the score here in the 4th.
When you watch the game at home with a plate of jalapeno peppers, you can cheer however you want. Remember the wave? Woo! Oh. Woo! Woo! Had to go in there for a minute.
The 2021 GLA SUV, starting at just $36,230. It's the biggest thing that ever happened to small.
Diapers?
Diapers, got it. Diapers, boom. I knew that. Diapers, I knew it.
Regions can help you look for a little extra wiggle room in your budget each month. Take advantage of low interest rates by refinancing your current mortgage.
Diapers.
Diapers? So however life changes, you're ready to brave the beginning.
Pajamas.
Well, I thought Millie was going to be the star of the show, but now we have quite the competition. We have our own version of the Westminster Dog Show College Station edition. One's a little friskier than the other. Don't quite know what's going on there, but finding some shade because you see it's a little warm. When you have a coat like that and it's 81 degrees, it's going to feel a little warm.
Gotta love to see the dogs at the ballpark, right? When there's dogs, we've got to show them on TV. They do steal the show.
They just make everything better. They just make everything better. Top of the 4th, Cox, Rivera, Godwin due up against Kayla Pointer, who's now working with a 2-0 lead.
Eric, I think this is a really big top of the 4th inning here for Pointer. A&M finally got themselves a couple of runs across the board. They've got a lead. It's huge for her to come out and sit down these batters. There's nothing worse for a pitcher when they come out and give up runs right after your team gets a couple of runs across the board. And we saw that happen to them against Alabama last weekend. A couple of times where they had a lead or scored some runs and immediately gave those runs right back to the Crimson Tide. So here today, Pointer's definitely looking to sit these ones down in order.
Comes inside, it's 3-1. That 2-0 count to Cox was the first time Pointer had gone to a 2-0 count. First time through the lineup, she threw 9 first pitch strikes. So she's been working ahead, but falling behind here against the leadoff hitter Cox. This is something you don't love to see after your team's scored a couple of runs, but Pointer comes right back with a strike, and the count's now full. Little half swing to third. Elder on the first, 1 away.
A nice job by Pointer. Again, you mentioned how she fell behind in that count, but she was able to fight her way back, ultimately getting a nice, easy check swing ground ball over to her third baseman to record the first out of the inning.
Ground ball to deep short, knocked down, but the throw from Wiggins won't be in time.
Nice job by Alyssa Rivera. Again, we saw her have that nice double in game 1 yesterday on a pitch on the outside half of the plate. Takes another one, pokes it into the 5-6 hole, and Rylan Wiggins just not able to secure that one. And it goes down in a hit in the books for Alyssa Rivera.
That's her second hit of the weekend, and it will bring up Aspen Godwin. Ball 1 to the junior catcher for Auburn.
Get ready, Haley, you got to run.
1-1 the count to Godwin. There goes the runner. The throw heads out to center field, backed up by Fortenberry, and it's a stolen base for Rivera.
Rivera getting a really nice jump on this stolen base. Able to slide in easily, and Haley Lee, that throw from Haley Lee wasn't on line, but I don't think that throw would have gotten her, even if it was. Rylan Wiggins coming across trying to stop that one, but a really nice job by Kelby Fortenberry in center field to be heads up and back that one up, because you could tell as soon as Alyssa Rivera gets up from this dive here, she's immediately looking to see if she can take third base, and because of that backup, she stays right at second.
Umpires are having a conversation, maybe checking to see what the count should be. You can see Mickey Dean behind, saying, I think the count's 2-1. Our operator thinks the count is 2-1, if that's what they're discussing here. And if they need any advice, the Auburn head coach is standing by to offer it. It would be unsolicited, of course, but he's standing by.
He is ready. He's got the fingers held up and everything. I will see Coach Evans wants in on this action too, and see her coming out of the dugout.
Yeah, she's getting in the starter position here. The umpire is going to have another discussion as Joe Evans came in and said, well, have you thought about this? And now Mickey Dean's like, wait a minute, you guys just told me it was one thing, and now coaching the other dugout has got you thinking something else. Of course, that's our interpretation until we put microphones on umpires to get an idea what's going on. I think that, you're always distracted by a runner going. So, is the call a ball or a strike? Because right away you see the catcher getting ready to throw, and your eye is taken to that. So we didn't see what the plate umpire called. He called a strike.
So it should have been, I believe the count should be 1-2 because she had a foul ball earlier in this at-bat as well, and it looks like that's what the count ended up being.
They did change it.
They changed it to 1-2, and that is strike 3. So a bit of an unconventional strikeout, but a strikeout nonetheless for Kayla Pointer. Going up in the zone with this rise ball, gets Aspen Godwin chasing, and Pointer's got herself 4 strikeouts on the day.
So a good job to go back by our crew just to show that the umpire with the call when the throw went down. Naturally you're looking to see a runner's going and you don't think, but Joe Evans was thinking to watch, well, that was a strike. It should be 1-2.
Coach Mickey Dean almost convinced them that it was a 2-1 count. he had those fingers at the ready over there holding it up.
Pretty persuasive, but not completely persuasive, Madison.
He almost had it. As it looks like Coach Evans and Coach Kara Dill are coming out to have a word with Haley Lee and Kayla Pointer in the circle as she's fallen behind again on another batter. Well, Eric, we've seen a little bit of everything here in the top of the 4th inning. We've seen puppies, we've seen stolen bases, missed counts.
Corrected counts.
Corrected counts, yep.
Just haven't seen any runs yet. Auburn would love to change that here with Garcia at the plate. There's a strike, it's 1-1. Pointer came into this game having thrown 198 innings in her Texas A&M career. 51 this season. So the veteran out in the circle knowing her team needs a victory here today. They had lost 5 games in a row coming into today's game, including game 1 of this series. Trying to hold on to a spot in the top 25 poll. Checking in at 25 in the ESPN.com USA softball poll this past week. Auburn receiving votes in that same poll just outside the top 25. 1-2 to Garcia.
You saw Garcia, the pitch before that foul ball, fouling off a rise ball up near her face mask. And immediately you saw Coach Mickey Dean down at third base telling her to settle down, look farther down in the zone, because those are the types of pitches that he doesn't want his hitters swinging at. Those are pitchers' pitches, and they need to be hunting for good hitters' pitches in those favorable counts.
Garcia just gets a piece. Another 1-2 to the sophomore from Coral Springs, Florida. And we'll do it again.
Another hack up there at that rise ball. And again, he's telling her to settle down, look farther down in the zone. Not saying I know from experience, Eric, but it is easier said than done to lay off of those rise balls coming in there.
If I didn't know better, I would still think you can hear echoing in your head the weeklies yelling at you, stay off the rise ball, lay off the rise ball, right? That's probably forever etched into your brain. I mean, you did pretty well. 3-time All-American. You figured it out most of the time, but something tells me you heard that once or twice and you haven't forgotten what it sounds like.
I did try to convince them that, hey, if I swing at that pitch enough, eventually one of them's going to go out. And they did, eventually.
This one is on its way out. Down the line, will it stay fair? No, just foul. Garcia turned on it and hooked it just foul.
And I think that's a really smart piece of hitting there. We saw the pitch before. She fouled off that inside pitch right into her leg. And right afterwards, pitchers like to come to that same exact spot, thinking that hitters are going to be a bit hesitant on that low and inside pitch, and she just turns on it, and it's just a couple of feet foul, not by much, but a great swing. There it is. She lays off the rise ball on that one.
So after fouling off 6 straight pitches, Garcia takes one high for ball 2, 2-2. Slapped off the glove of the first baseman Ackerman, but still time for Walls to get there to retire the side. So Rivera is left in scoring position. 2-0 A&M heading to the bottom of the 4th.
Let's make lots of money. You've got the brawn, I've got the brains. Let's make lots of Oh, there's a lot of opportunities.
With Allstate, drivers who switched saved over $700. Saving is easy when you're in good hands. Allstate. Click or call to switch today.
Why are so many people turning to Super Beets crystals for energy and blood pressure support? Because just 1 teaspoon of Super Beets' delicious apple-flavored crystals unlocks the nitric oxide boosting power of beet nutrients to help widen your blood vessels, supporting healthy blood flow, so your body can produce energy more efficiently. That's why over 120 professional and college sports teams use our beet crystals.
I'm a 4-time Olympian. Super Beets helped me win big races late into my 30s. It's increasing your circulation, and that's why this product is so amazing.
Call now and find out how to get a free 30-day supply of Super Beets, plus a free kit of nitric oxide indicator strips to measure your results, and a free bonus pack of delicious Super Beets chews, plus free shipping and free returns. That's over $30 in total free gifts.
Super Beets is giving me a different energy that I've never had before. I love it.
To try Super Beets, call 1-800-591-6374 or visit superbeetstv.com. Call 1-800-591-6374 right now.
Well, the Aggies find themselves with a 2-0 lead headed into the bottom of the 4th inning. But let's take a look at how they got those runs. It started with a leadoff walk and then this sacrifice bunt by Rylan Wiggins. Auburn had been playing solid defense, but they chuck it out in the outfield there, and it's none other than Mackenzie Herzog that comes up with this 2 RBI base hit out into the outfield to give her Aggies the lead.
Giving Herzog 29 runs batted in on the season. It came against Maddie Penta, who is getting ready to work in her 4th inning, giving up just 1 earned run. One of those 2 runs earned. Has walked a couple, struck out 3. Kayla Pointer pitching a shutout through 4 so far for the Aggies. And the first pitch from Penta, just a bit outside for ball 1 to Danny Elder.
I'm digging the major league reference there. I'm all about it.
I know you're there. I know you're paying attention.
It's a nice pitch there. Must have just barely missed on the inside half.
It's called a strike. It's 2-1. And on the hands in foul ground, and a diving play made by Koepke, 1 away.
Love these awesome defensive plays that we're seeing today. Koepke kind of making up for that error that she made earlier in the game with this diving catch in foul territory. Just gets a great jump on it, no hesitation. Eyes on it the entire time, laying out, and able to secure that one for out number 1.
Packer in center field and Koepke at third base, making a couple of very good defensive plays for Auburn in support of Penta. Packers came in the 1st inning, robbing Herzog of extra bases. Here's Fortenberry. Grounded out to Koepke her first time and sends it into foul ground. It's 0-2. to the shortstop. Dowell not in time to get the speedy Fortenberry, who has an infield hit.
Fortenberry doing a nice job on this off speed out of the hands of Maddie Penta. She's somebody that has so much speed up at the plate. Sometimes it can be really hard for slappers to adjust on that off speed, but she's able just to get it enough up the middle that forces Dow to have to throw that one on the run and not able to get that throw over to first in time. And a runner on board for the Aggies.
Slapped out to left center field, and it gets down. Scooped up by King. Going first to third is Fortenberry. Runners on the corners with one down for the Aggies.
Love the aggressive base running by Kelby Fortenberry. When you're a runner at first base, you have eyes on that ball out in the left center gap the entire time. Ashlyn Walls taking a pitch, inside outing it, and kind of looping it over into that gap. And you see Kelby Fortenberry not hesitating at all, eyes on that ball the entire time, able to slide easily over into third base.
Morgan Smith led off the third with a walk and scored. 2-0 A&M after those 2 runs in the third. Up and in for ball 2. Two and one.
Nice pitch on the outside half of the plate. Penta still throwing with really good velocity. Just some of these pitches are missing a bit too far out of the zone, especially those inside ones. We just saw a pitch before that one going to Morgan Smith way up and in. And here, able to find her way back even in this count with the pitch down in the zone. And I'm surprised we haven't seen Texas A&M try to move Ashlyn Walls over into scoring position.
Count goes full, 3-2.
It's a tough play for catchers to make, especially with a left-handed batter up in the box, and you have the threat of Kelby Fortenberry and the speed that she has over at third base. First and thirds are a really difficult play to defend if you're an infield because there's so many things happening, especially up the middle. You've got to make sure that you're defending the ball in case it's put in play. You've got the potential for the runner at first to steal second base, but also that runner at third could take off if the throw makes it all the way down to second.
Bases loaded, 1 out for Texas A&M. Second walk for Morgan Smith.
Eric, I've got to imagine when Coach Mickey Dean takes a look back at this film that he is definitely not going to like these walks. He was not shy about telling us that walks are not his favorite thing to see out there, and looks like we might see a change here. Those free passes, especially in this league, these teams are going to take advantage of it, and we've already seen Texas A&M be able to take advantage of it earlier in this game. And now with that walk, a really dangerous situation here for Auburn.
So Mickey Dean has made the call. New pitcher coming in for Auburn in a big spot with the bases loaded here in the fourth. Back in a moment.
Nerds. Oh, thanks. Let's go. I can.
Oh, I got it.
Sweet unholy cobalt. Is Brad's car better than mine? Better sign-up bonus? Better travel perks? Is that how Brad took that trip to Barcelona? Wait, Barcelona? Barcelona?
Steve, I got it on NerdWallet.
Ah. You said all that out loud.
Want a better credit card? We've got you.
From the best rates to the best rewards, for all your credit card questions, turn to the nerds.
I remember sitting in a meeting and said, well, why don't we do women's bowling?
Let me tell you a story.
Welcome to the 2007 NCAA Women's Bowling Championships.
Where the only way to win the title was to strike out.
Big strike for the Capitals. We go to Game 7 to decide the national championship.
An SEC storied film, Vandy Rolls, Monday at 9 on the SEC Network.
Some people are born with it, and others they work so hard. It's in our blood. Yeah, it's in our blood. Ooh, it's in our blood. We can't quit because it's in our blood.
Well, a lot's been made of the two talented freshman pitchers for Auburn, but don't forget about the sophomore from Holtville, Alabama, KK Dismukes, who has been very good, especially in relief for Auburn, and she comes in a big spot here for the Tigers in the fourth inning.
Dismukes in a really tough position here. One away, bases loaded, but you're going to see her throw the ball in the mid-60s. She likes to work both up and down in the zone. She's got a rise ball and a drop ball, but the one pitch that I think is going to be key for her success today is that off-speed curve. So it's going to come in about 15 miles per hour slower than her hard stuff that she brings in there.
First pitch is down low to Rylan Wiggins, who sacrificed in the third, but reached base on a throwing error and would score on the two-run single by Herzog. Wiggins broke up Shelby Lowe's no-hitter with one out in the sixth inning on Friday night, but Auburn still won that game 6-2. Chance to break this game open right now here in the home half of the fourth.
And if I'm Wiggins, I am not taking the bat off of my shoulder until Dismukes can prove that she can bring the ball into the strike zone.
She doesn't wait around, drives it hard off the third baseman, and the throw to third will get away, and everybody's safe. 3-0 A&M.
It's like she heard me and she said, you know what, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to actually do the complete opposite, and I'm going to take advantage of any pitch that comes relatively close to the strike zone. And she just blasts this ball straight to Madison Kepke at third base. Hits it so hard that it almost goes either off her glove or off of her shin. And McKenna Dow tries to make the diving catch, throw it over to third, but not able to get her in time. And a nice at-bat for Rylan Wiggins, not just to score that run, but also turn the lineup over.
And that means you've turned it over to Mackenzie Herzog, who was robbed of a hit in the first, singled in 2 runs in the third. Scored a hit for Wiggins, her second of the series. She gets the RBI, scoring Fortenberry. The 1-0 to Herzog. A little low, it's 2-0.
Tough position for Dismukes here because you got a 3-0 count. You have to bring the ball into the strike zone, but you don't want to leave it too fat because we know that Mackenzie Herzog has the potential to hit the ball out of the park.
Herzog with 8 home runs on the season. We'll see if she's got the green light on 3-0.
Herzog was more sticking to my game plan of not taking the bat off of your shoulder until she can prove she can bring the ball into the strike zone. Just one batter later.
3-1. Got a good pitch to hit, but couldn't get it. It's 3-2. Big game for Texas A&M. They lost Friday night to stretch their losing streak to 5 games. Back to the pitcher, who'll come home calmly to get one. The throw to first is not in time. A big out there for Auburn. 2 down, bases loaded, and he'll bring up Bree Warren.
Big time pitch for Dismukes there, getting Herzog to hit that one off the end of the bat. And I think you said it perfectly. She calmly fielded that ball and threw it to home to make sure that they got that lead runner out. Because she took a little bit of extra time, she wasn't able to turn 2, but a nice job of gathering herself and securing the second out of the inning.
Here's Warren, who singled in the first, struck out in the third. Hit a long home run Friday night for Texas A&M. One and one.
Come on, Bree, call some blow.
There's a good look at that off speed that you're going to see out of the hands of Dismukes, just missing low and inside to Bree Warren there.
Come on, Bree.
Swung on and belted to straightaway center field, but that's going to stay in the park. That looked gone off the bat, but it's just a long, loud out for Texas A&M, who scores 1 to take a 3-0 lead.
No, Mami, yo estoy bien. I'm okay on money. ¿Sí? ¿Y papá? Yeah, I'm starting work tomorrow, actually. Hi, can you tell me if I'm doing this right?
Yeah, that looks right.
Oh, really?
I think you're good.
When you leave one comfort zone in search of another, Regions has the people, tools, and tech
I can help you with that. New job?
New everything.
to help you move forward faster and brave the beginning.
There's an easier way to bring hockey home. And these days, home is one of the best places you can be, watching NHL Center Ice.
Spectacular. Are you kidding me?
Because every night, NHL Center Ice brings you the best hockey action across the league with all the comforts of home. Paired with NHL Network, you'll get up to 40 games a week to choose from, all live from the best seat in the house, your house. Bring hockey home with NHL Center Ice.
Get the job you need. Get the job you want. Get started on ericsjobs.com. You're only one click away from the opportunity you've been searching for on ericsjobs.com. Hiring? Get the help you need. Get the candidates you want. Post your jobs on ericsjobs.com. Companies big and small find their next hire on ericsjobs.com. $25 job postings.
Kayla Pointer has been fantastic for the Aggies in the circle today. They needed somebody to step up for them, and she has pulling the string on that changeup, able to move the ball through the zone, and the key to her success is getting ahead of these Auburn Tigers. That allows her to throw the ball out of the zone and rack up 4 strikeouts on the day so far.
So Pointer's now working with a 3-run lead as we head to the top of the 5th inning. 7, 8, 9 coming up for Auburn. Perry, Packer, and Kepke due up.
Leading things off in the top of the 5th inning, it's going to be sophomore number 17, Maya Engelke.
Maya Engelkes is hitting here for Perry. It's the first at bat for the sophomore since March 20th against Florida State. She's 0 for 8 on the season.
Stay with her. You got her.
Auburn just trying to do whatever they can to get something going. Justice Perry struck out looking in her last at bat, so Coach Mickey Dean trying to change it up.
Fly ball to left. Warren puts it away for out number 1. Pointer gave up a single to Koepke in the 3rd and a single to Rivera in the 4th. That's it. 2 hits for Auburn. Here's Michaela Packard, flied out to center her first time, tries to bunt her way on, strike 1.
Packer's almost like a slapper from the right side because she has so much speed. We saw her try to drop a bunt there for a base hit. She's really a triple threat from the right side, not something you see too often.
Oh, and 2. One-two to the freshman.
It's a really good take. It's a really good take on that changeup outside. Can see Packer kind of moving her way closer onto the plate to take away that outside half. And takes a good look at that changeup, just missing barely outside of the zone.
Comes inside, and Packers work the count full. Just the second time today that an Auburn hitter has gone to a full count. And it's a 1-out walk for Packer. She's aboard in a 3-0 game. Tuesday here on the SEC Network, SEC Baseball, 7 Eastern, 6 Central. 17th ranked Seminoles, 12th ranked Florida Gators. First in this rivalry series to be played at the brand new Florida Ballpark in Gainesville. SEC Baseball also available on the ESPN app, so you can watch from anywhere. Fouled off by the number 9 hitter, Madison Koepke, who singled to center her first time.
And I'd definitely be looking for Michaela Packard to take off. Over at first base, 12 for 12 on the year in stolen bases.
There goes the runner. The throw is a little offline, and Packer is in the scoring position with 1 down.
A much better throw by Haley Lee back there behind the plate. But because of the speed of Michaela Packer and the nice jump that she gets over at first, not able to get this throw there in time. A bit high. Rylan Wiggins, you can see her coming across all the way over to the second base side of second base to make that catch.
Popped up right side. Stepping into foul ground is Ackerman. 2 down.
Shortstop number 32, McKenna Dowell.
Back to the top of the order, and here is McKenna Dowell, who's 0 for 1 with a walk. Dowell is the 19th batter that Pointer has faced, and 15 of those 19 have seen a first pitch strike. That has been the tone that she set right from the very start. First 9 hitters, all first pitch strikes. This one is laced to right field, a base hit. Runner being sent around, it's cut off by Ackerman, and it's an RBI single for Dow, scoring Koepke, and Auburn's on the board.
Just a great piece of hitting by McKenna Dow up at the plate, and that's another reason why you see her at the top of this Auburn Tiger lineup, because she sets the tone for the rest of the offense. This is a rise ball out of the hands of Pointer, and you can just see how high up in the zone this ball is. This is why the rise balls are so tempting to swing at, because when you get on top of them, you hit them solid out into the outfield. And we saw Dow do just that on that swing.
Swing and a miss by King. Foul tip out of the glove for strike 1. 15th RBI of the season for Dow, second of the weekend series. King lays off. It's 1-1.
King is a batter who Coach Mickey Dean says is somebody that plays with a bit of a chip on her shoulder because of her size, going through travel ball, summer ball, some of those. She was told that she might not be able to be as successful as she wanted to be because of her size, and she goes up there and she is just a battler, and she fouls that one right off of the top of her foot, it looks like.
She's going to have to battle through the pain right now.
Watching those brings back some bad memories of fouling balls off into my foot. This one looks like it just hits, oh, it hits like the top of her foot, shin area.
Yeah,
oh,
right
man.
Ankle, maybe.
Oh. But she's hanging in there. That tough mentality that Coach Mickey Dean really likes about her.
There goes the runner, and taking it out and holding on to it. It looks like an illegal pitch was called.
So it looks like they're actually going to call obstruction on Rylan Wiggins, who came over to cover second base on that steal.
Oh, obstruction.
And
Good
because
call.
of the obstruction, it looks like they're awarding her second base. So you cannot be in the base path without physical possession of the ball. This play is so tough for shortstops to defend. Haley Lee making a nice throw over there. And to be perfectly honest, I think she has that ball in plenty of time. That's my question on that one is McKenna Dow was out by 10, 12 feet. Now, technically, was Rylan Wiggins in that base path in front of the base? Yes. But McKenna Dow was out by several feet. But, of course, for the umpires, according to the rule book, as soon as a defender is in that base path without the ball, they are going to call obstruction. And that's indeed what the call was there, and that's why she was awarded second base. But I feel for all the shortstops out there because it is so hard for them to defend that steal without getting in that base path at some point.
Haley Lee was celebrating strike 3, but it was called a ball, and the count's 3-2.
It's a good thing she hung on to this ball. This one, if it missed, it didn't miss by much on the outside half of the plate. She just barely hung on to that ball with her fingertips, going to celebrate just a little bit too soon.
Kelsey Schmidt, the pinch runner. Fouled off by King. On that previous play, what is a shortstop to do? Do you have to keep your body out of the base path and reach in with your glove in that split second?
So I would say for the shortstops out there, I would really try to train myself to straddle the base, not straddle in front of the base. Because as soon as you're in front of the base, you're considered in that base path. I would try to straddle the base with my feet.
Well, it doesn't hurt the Aggies as Pointer battles back against the strikeout, her 5th of the day.
Pointer feeling it and dealing it, striking out these Auburn Tigers when she needs it most.
Hi, I'm Wolfgang Puck. When I started my online store, Wolfgang Back Home, I knew there would be a lot of orders to fill, and I wanted them to ship out fast. That's why I chose ShipStation. ShipStation helps manage orders, reduce shipping costs, and print out shipping labels. It's my secret ingredient.
ShipStation, the #1 choice of online sellers.
And Wolfgang Buck.
Go to shipstation.com/Wolfgang and get 2 months free.
SEC fans, gear up and support your favorite SEC school at Fanatics.com. The largest assortment of officially licensed SEC fan gear anywhere. Shop now and get today's special offer. Fanatics.com. Officially licensed everything.
Showing appreciation with a perfect promotional item is a meaningful gesture that can be touched, held, and enjoyed. 4imprint can help your logo create moments that matter. Explore thousands of promotional products at 4imprint.com. 4imprint, for certain.
Modern family life means our loved ones are always on the move. But with Life 360's real-time location sharing and advanced driving safety features, you can protect and connect the people who matter most and make sure they're on time for dinner.
Safety was our #1 concern. With Life 360, you feel safe that someone else is there who can give guidance right away.
As a parent, the safety of your family should be your priority. Life 360 makes this the easy job.
Well, Eric, you know one of the things that makes me jump out of my seat is good, solid defense, and we've seen that a couple of times from Auburn, but how about Michaela Packer diving out in center field, getting a great jump, laying out, snagging this one and stealing the hit away from Mackenzie Herzog, and then Madison Kepke diving into foul territory, no hesitation, laying out for her team, able to get another out for the Auburn Tigers.
It's going to be the catcher, number 25.
And that's not the first catch that Michaela Packer has made this weekend. She also made another nice diving catch in yesterday's game. Not quite as graceful as the one we saw today, but an out nonetheless.
Here is Haley Lee leading off and comes in and hits her. So Lee's aboard to start things here in the 5th inning. You mentioned the Packer catch. Now this one looks like it hurt. This is from last night. Diving in, coming right in, but then I've heard about getting air before a catch, but this is getting air after the catch.
It's almost like she realized mid-dive that she probably didn't need to dive because she's so fast out there, but it still takes some real skill to be able to hang on to that ball after practically landing on it. And she can cover some ground out there in center field.
Now entering the game to run at first base for the Aggies, it's #1, Tadria City.
Tadria City will come in to run for Lee, who was hit by a pitch. And here is Shaylee Ackerman. 0 for 2 today against Penta, who went 3 1/3, gave up 5 hits, 3 runs, 2 earned, 3 walks, 3 strikeouts. Ackerman facing Dismukes for the first time. Dismukes came on with the bases loaded and 1 out in the 4th inning. Rylan Wiggins had an RBI single, but that's all that A&M would get. Auburn got the run back in the top of the 5th to make it a 3-1 game. Two 2-0 to Ackerman.
Auburn's pitching staff's given up a couple of walks, as you've mentioned, but they've really kept them in this game. It could have gotten ugly back in that bases loaded situation, but Dismukes doing a nice job of stifling that Texas A&M offense. And here she's fallen behind to Ackerman. And after giving up that leadoff hit by pitch to Haley Lee, of course, she's somebody that I would probably pitch around anyway. But you give her that free pass, and now falling behind 3-0 to Ackerman. These are the types of at-bats where you've got to come right back and attack the strike zone. And she gives up another free pass.
Yeah, 4-pitch walk, Madison. So 1st and 2nd for A&M with nobody out.
Those walks just really come back to bite you in this league. You You can see Aspen Godwin coming out to have a conversation with KK Dismukes, just telling her to zone in and attack the strike zone and force Texas A&M to beat you with their bats. Don't just continue to give them free pass after free pass and multiple opportunities to score runs against your team.
Ball pops out of the glove of the catcher, and taking advantage and heading to third is Sinney, and now heading home with the 4th run for the Aggies. And now trying to get the runner at third base, and running into an out is Ackerman, but the run scores as Sinney comes in on the error to make it 4-1.
Almost looks like the exact same play we saw last night, but from Texas A&M. Danny Elder showing bunt on this one, and Godwin going to try to throw Sinney out at third and just launches that ball straight into left field. But a heads-up play by Godwin to notice that Ackerman had gotten too far off of second base and ends up getting her out. Kenna Dow doing all she can to try to stop that one from getting into the outfield. But another run comes across the board for Texas A&M. And it looks like Coach Mickey Dean's just coming out to settle down his infield. We've seen some great defensive plays out of Auburn, but we've also seen a couple of errors that have really cost them today. And Texas A&M has been able to take advantage.
So waiting for the official scoring on it. Probably going to be a pass ball and a throwing error on the catcher, Godwin. Want to know the count to Elder. Almost feels like that was an opportunity by Mickey Dean maybe to go out and hit the reset button. Bases are empty right now. Runs already come in. You got a runner at third base.
Well, I thought it was interesting how he told us you can look at a pitcher's stats at the end of the year and you can tell whether they've had a good year or a bad year just by looking at their walks and the runs scored. He said that they're pretty much going to match up evenly. And I think to his point, what he was trying to get to us was that those walks come back to bite you. And a lot of the times those free passes, those hit batters will ultimately end up scoring. And that's what we've seen hurt Auburn here in this game.
Lifted high in the air on the infield. Shortstop Dowell calls for it. 2 down. Reminder to subscribe to the 7 Innings Podcast, the weekly softball podcast with the ESPN personalities covering the sport, entertaining us all the way to Oklahoma City and beyond. This week, a postseason preview with Jersey Meg. That's how the NCAA selection process for hosting sites will work. An ACC shakeup, and of course, your Twitter questions are answered. You can listen now on the ESPN app, iTunes, or wherever you listen to podcasts. I would prefer you listen after the game, but you can multitask, and you could listen now while watching the game, but you'd miss out on what Madison has to say.
I will say I do love listening to that podcast every week, and for you fans out there, it's a great opportunity to catch up on all things softball all in one place. If you don't have the luxury of watching 8 games at one time as we do here in my household.
Yeah, I don't know how many screens you have there, but somehow, some way, you watch every game being played, and it's pretty remarkable, really.
I have a lot, and I haven't counted them out, but I think I might now.
Kelby Fortenberry, Dowell charges, has to go quickly, but not quickly enough. Berry thought they had the out, but Fortenberry, using that speed, has their second infield hit.
A similar play to what we saw back in the 4th inning. McKenna Dow coming up and throwing this one on the run, and live shot, I thought she had her. Let's take another look at it here. I definitely think she got her on that one. Let's see. Great look by our crew here. Ball in glove. Foot on, now on base. I think she's out.
To be fair, you had to break it down frame by frame. in order to make that call, but I agree with you.
Back to your point, I did say before we saw it in slow-mo that I thought live she got her out. So maybe that was just backing up my point.
Fly ball off the bat of Walls on the infield. Grabbed by Koepke to retire the side. A&M adds to their lead on top by 3 heading to the 6th.
You finally found the perfect car with the leather seats in racing blue. You even got them to throw in the LED fog lights for free. Auto Owners insures your car because some people never learn to parallel park. That's simple human sense. Ask your independent agent if Auto Owners makes sense for you. You can do it. Keep going. More. No, stop!
Nerds! Have new money goals? NerdWallet can help you find the credit card to make them happen. Want to earn enough points for a weekend of fancy camping? We have options for that. Maybe have a better credit card than your older sister. We have comparison tools for that. Or find a card that lets you donate your cash back to food banks. We have tips for that too. From low rates to the best rewards, easily discover and compare the smartest credit cards. For all your money questions, turn to the nerds.
I remember sitting in a meeting and said, well, why don't we do women's bowling?
Let me tell you a story.
Welcome to the 2007 NCAA Women's Bowling Championships.
Where the only way to win the title was to strike out.
Big strike for the Capitals. We go to Game 7 to decide the national championships.
An SEC storied film, Vandy Rolls, Monday at 9 on the SEC Network.
Well, I'm sure you've noticed the numbers painted into shallow center field. I'm guessing that A&M would rather us not show these numbers when a throw to the second base goes into the outfield after the warm-up, but it's the Texas A&M seniors being honored today. You know, we're talking about super seniors, and the super seniors playing, and then there's the ones who graduated last year. And take note of Kendall Potts, because she's in town, Madison, because she is now on the Auburn staff. And because she was in town, Joe Evans presented the Aggie ring to Kendall. Yeah, it looks like she's wearing it. You're working for Auburn now, but that ring goes on and it stays on. Because I know you talked to our friend Amanda Scarborough about the circumstances, the pomp, all the celebrations they have here, and she's kind of keeping. Oh no, it looks good. She's playing with it now. Like when you get that ring on for the first time, you're like, you can't stop. Oh, it feels weird. This is never going to come off my finger.
Well, it's no secret that these Aggies wear that ring with pride. And I have to say, I did a bit of Googling, and of course I did ask Amanda Scarborough what it really meant for her to wear that ring and to receive that ring. And she said it was that feeling that you're not alone when softball ends and you venture out into the real world, that there is a whole world of Aggies out there with you, and they wear that ring with so much pride when they leave this university.
Kendall starting her coaching career on Mickey Dean's staff at Auburn. Back at Davis Diamond this weekend. Watching her alma mater lead 4-1 here in Game 2 of this 3-game series. Sydney Cox is 0 for 2, struck out in the first, grounded out in the fourth. Grounded to second, Walls. One down here in the 6th inning. Well, it really is important that Madison has 8 screens to watch softball games on, because she has to be up to date for Rally Cap. It returns tomorrow, another season to break down the week that was in softball and in baseball. Highlights, analysis from Madison, and interviews. Also take a look at the week ahead with the best matchups on the schedule. Rally Cap, 8 Eastern, 7 Central here on the SEC Network and the ESPN app. Another strike one from Kayla Pointer. So Madison's got her Rally Cap ready to go.
We have so much fun. David DeLucci, Dari Noka, and I just get to talk shop, get to talk softball and baseball all around the SEC, and we get to have a little bit of fun with it as well.
Well, you got plenty of things to talk about. Obviously, you can touch on this series. Arkansas, Alabama, the big series in the SEC this weekend. Alabama won game 1 on Friday to hand Arkansas their first loss in conference play this season, but Arkansas bounced back today with a 4-0 win in Fayetteville. Ground ball to Ackerman at first, 2 down. Autumn Storms with a 2-hitter, 10 strikeouts for Arkansas today. Braxton Burnside, another home run. That's 21 now in the season. Kayla Green had a couple of home runs in the Arkansas win. Can't help but be impressed by Missouri right now.
I can't believe that people are still pitching to Braxton Burnside. Her 21 home runs on the year this year are just absolutely incredible. And I know they have a ton of other hitters in that lineup that have the potential to leave the yard at any time. But I just would not let her beat me if I were an opponent for Arkansas. But they've been really impressive this weekend going up against the Crimson Tide.
Grounded up the middle, grabbed by Wiggins on the first to retire the side. Well, Texas A&M needed better play defensively, and Wiggins ending the inning the right way.
How about Rylan Wiggins showing off, chucking this one on over to first to send her team back in the dugout.
Let's make lots of money. You've got the brawn, I've got the brains. Let's make lots of Oh, there's a world of opportunities.
With Allstate, drivers who switched saved over $700. Saving is easy when you're in good hands. Allstate. Click or call to switch today.
We can meet.
I miss you too.
Not as much as I do.
Fall in love. Even get a mortgage on our phone.
This is it.
Regions has a world-class digital mortgage experience. But if you need extra advice on life's biggest purchase, our mortgage loan officers can help you brave the beginning.
You missed this? Really?
Will you let me see the tickets?
Goats have no sense of direction. Remember the wave? Woo! Yeah, maybe next time get a small drink. I guess you didn't get the group text about the body paint. You gotta be kidding me. Wouldn't you rather be sitting on your couch with a plate of mozzarella sticks?
Well, we started touching on some of those SEC storylines. Madison, Arkansas, their first conference loss came against Alabama, but then Arkansas bounced back. 3 home runs today against Alabama's pitching staff. A couple of impressive teams right now in the SEC. One is Ole Miss, now 8-6 under first-year head coach Jamie Traxel, as Ole Miss won again today, 8-5 the final. That's 4 wins in a row for the Rebels, now in 5th place in the SEC.
Well, of course, Coach Traxel knows how to win, coming from a program like Minnesota and carrying that on over to Ole Miss. They've been impressive this year, but I can't talk enough about Arkansas. I think the question coming into SEC play especially was who has Arkansas played and what are they going to do against top competition? And I think they've shown everybody this weekend how tough they are and how good they really are no matter who they're playing going up against Alabama, which has one of the top pitching staffs in the entire country.
Third pitcher of the game for Auburn is on. It's Lexi Hanley, the senior, who steps in to face 8-9-1 in the A&M lineup here in the 6th. A couple of other SEC notes. Missouri with a run rule win over LSU on Friday night to stretch their winning streak to 5 games. Today's game was postponed because of weather, so they'll play a doubleheader tomorrow, 9:30 Central Time and 1 o'clock Central Time tomorrow between LSU and Mizzou. So Mizzou with a 5-game winning streak, now 7-3, fourth place in the SEC. And Georgia and Kentucky getting their series going today, 3-game series, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. It's 2-1 now to Morgan Smith as you take a look at Lexi Hanley's vitals.
Hanley's going to throw a bunch of different speeds up there. She can bring her fastball in there up to 70 miles per hour, but she can also drop that changeup down into the 50s. The key for her is to stay around the zone like we've been talking about for the rest of the pitchers. You need to attack that strike zone and not fall behind like she's doing here.
Okay, watch your mow. You're way ahead of her. Don't take some trash.
So Dismukes win an inning and 2/3, gave up 2 hits, 1 run. It was earned. 1 walk, no strikeouts. 3-2.
Come on, Mo.
Four runs, 7 hits, no errors for the Aggies. 1 run, 3 hits, 2 errors for Auburn. Solid single up the middle to lead things off here in the 6th for Smith. She's reached base all 3 times today. A couple of walks and now a single.
A really great piece of hitting by Morgan Smith. She got a pitch lower in the zone the pitch before, fouled it off, and takes advantage of this pitch up in the zone right underneath the letters and drives it smack right back up the middle. Not trying to do too much with it, but the Aggies have a leadoff runner on board.
Star Ferguson will run for Smith.
Now running at first base for the Aggies, number 19, Star Ferguson. Next up to the plate, shortstop number 2, Rylan Wiggins.
There's Rylan Wiggins, who reached on a sacrifice in an error and scored in the 3rd and singled in a run in the 4th. Bunts it foul. Wiggins, one of a handful of freshmen on this Texas A&M team that's been seeing quite a bit of time. Joe Evans talking this week about wanting to give freshmen opportunities because they have good young players with a bright future. They need to get some time and some playing time, and Wiggins has been a key contributor for the Aggies. Sacrifice is successful. Ferguson moves to second with 1 down.
And things like a sacrifice bunt are the fundamental consistency things that coaches really like to see out of their young freshmen. We've seen Rylan Wiggins now successfully put 2 sacrifice bunts into fair territory, of course, ultimately resulting in an error the first time around. This one just able to move that runner over into scoring position.
For Mackenzie Herzog. Herzog 1 for 3, singled in 2 runs in the 3rd. The first 2 runs of the game for A&M. They added a run in the 4th and another run in the 5th. Auburn's run came in the 5th. Oh, 0-2.
I really like that off speed out of the hand of Lexi Hanley in the circle now for Auburn. That pitch just dies right at the end, drops down in the zone, and on that swing from Herzog, you could see she wasn't able to get any barrel on it because of that late movement that pitch has.
Goes up top to get Herzog swinging. 2 down.
Big time strikeout for Hanley there, going back up in the zone. Herzog had come through in the clutch so many times before, and a nice job of sitting her down on 3 straight pitches.
Warren 1 for 3, single to right in the first, struck out in the third, and flied out to deep center in the fourth. Warren picked up a Freshman of the Week award in the SEC March 30th after a 5 for 7 performance.
Sent the runners knowing that he's got a little confidence in Hayden Travinsky to put the ball in play.
Again, runners moving on the pitch, but it doesn't matter because it'll be another base on balls. That's the third for Hagenau, and if he wants to exit this game early, that is going to be the formula to do so.
Well, Mike, you just have to dominate your primary pitch. I mean, that's the main thing. If you got to be able to throw your strike for a fastball, which is most case a fastball. Some guys, their primary is an off speed, but throw the fastball for a strike. And to me, you can't throw your second pitch until you throw your first pitch for a strike, and that's lower levels. By now, in Division I SEC ball, they typically can dominate the first pitch, and then it's the second pitch. But a lot of times you see them dancing around too much. You get in 3-ball counts, and you end up getting a little nerves working, sometimes having to change the grip because 2-2 was a different pitch. And you end up walking a lot of guys. So again, I think the 2-2, 2-1, 2-0, the 2-ball count is your primary pitch. Go after the hitter. There's still a little doubt in the hitter's mind at 2-1 and 2-2 that you're throwing something else, but too often we dance around the zone and end up walking too many guys, and then you get in trouble, and then you got to battle back.
Zach Arnold is the batter, the sophomore 9-hole hitter. He's 1 for 3 this year with the bases loaded. Sacks are packed with Tigers here in the second inning. LSU multiple crooked numbers on the board last night in a 15-2 triumph, and looking for a big inning here with just 1 out. Arnold was all world coming out.
He's spotting that pitch up. He's been pretty consistent with that one to the point where I'd probably wouldn't throw anything else. He tried it again and spiked it. And again, that's just a little bit of the inconsistency, probably a little too amped up to throw that pitch. You've got to be under control, take a deep breath, and make that pitch on the outside corner. You've got a lot of swing and misses on that slider on the corner. And again, if it's me, the next 2 pitches, I'm either getting him out or walking him, but I'm throwing that pitch.
Two downstairs, and the count is full. That is another 3-ball per count. That's the 6th batter out of 9 that Hagenau has gone ball 3 to. And the 3rd full count. Payoff pitch. Nowhere near. And Hagenau has walked in a run, and right now LSU can smell blood in the water. Tigers touch home.
As anybody in the country with these 2 freshmen, Trey Morgan and Dylan Cruz on deck, and you're in a world of trouble with the bases loaded and 1 out. Hagenau has got to figure out a way. to get these hitters off balance, but throw strikes early. Otherwise, they're just going to take and wait.
Morgan plays first, and he's awfully good at it, extremely athletic. He looks more like a center fielder. I mean, he's cut and lean, and that's not your typical first baseman build, but he certainly commands the position very well.
Well, and what they talk about Trey Morgan is he plays first like a shortstop. He just moves his feet extremely well. He's got quick hands. And they probably could put him on shortstop. You know, he's left-handed, but they say he's probably the best defensive first baseman at LSU since Johnny Telechia in the early 90s when they won the national championship in 1991. That's been a long time to have a kid like that come on campus.
We've already had a Johnny Telechia mention, and we've already had a call to the bullpen for Kentucky, and we're
$5 Popeye shrimp tackle box, and we're feeling the love.
Nice and crunchy buttermilk shrimp. Fabulous.
Get the shrimp tackle box or surf and turf for just $5.
Introducing Amazon Halo, a brand new way to help you measure, track, and improve your health every day. Halo takes activity tracking a step further. Sees what a scale can't. Helps you improve your sleep. Shows you what other people hear. And provides expert-backed guidance to turn your data into results. Because we believe that the better you understand your health, the more you can do to improve it.
What problem? Not in my house. No, no, no.
Jimmy, how happy are folks who save hundreds of dollars switching to Geico?
Happier than Dikembe Mutombo blocking a shot.
Get happy.
Get Geico.
How can you Trey Morgan love a left-handed hitter that goes the other way? Look at Trey Morgan with the bomb to left field. That put LSU up by 9 last night. Another opposite field base hit for Trey Morgan, the first baseman. And this guy, the true freshman, has found his way at the plate.
Morgan, a big day yesterday. That home run was his 3rd of the year. 3 hits and 3 runs driven in, and he's got a chance to give LSU a big inning here in the second. Bases loaded, 1 out, and already Kentucky having to go to the bullpen. We thought it might be early, but not quite this early. Coming out of the pen, all 6'8" of them, is the senior Holt Jones, a transfer from Clemson.
Well, Mike, they love these tall pitchers at Kentucky. You remember Sean Jelly that they used to have here. They could put a basketball team together. This kid with a live fastball up to 96. He's got an issue with walks, although it's only been 4 in 16 innings. He has a tendency to ride up in the zone with his fastball, but if he can get that tilt down into the zone, he's tough to pick up.
Sean Jelly went all of 6'11".
Yeah.
That staff, I remember, you had 6'11", you had 6'7". Might have been the tallest staff in the country. Pretty good one, too. Of course, that was the team that made it to the Super Regional in Nick Mingione's first year. Wound up losing to Louisville. Coach Mingione believes this is his best team since that point. But they're coming off in conference play a 3-game sweep last week to Mississippi State. They lost the first game to LSU 15-2 last night, and they're already in a precarious spot here in the second inning.
Well, look at Holt Jones coming in, firing strikes. I love it. He's 0-2. He's hitting the zone. Mid-90s fastball. That's up at 93. That was a nice pitch on 0-2 as well, because really Trey Morgan can't do a whole lot with it.
Thompson tagging and scoring. I knew really with no play there, and LSU will take another run on the sac fly. 2-0.
Nice job by Trey Morgan down in the count 0-2. It's a new pitcher. You don't.
Dylan Cruz, the batter. Walked his first time up. Ground ball to the right side. And that will get Kentucky out of it. So all things being equal, give Holt Jones a lot of credit, and Kentucky fortunate to only be down 2-0.
Major choice?
Get 5G coverage that goes yard. T-Mobile, the leader in 5G.
Get $1,500 customer cash on a sophisticated new 2021 Highlander. Toyota, let's go places.
I'll be right back. With moderate to severe Crohn's disease, I was there. Just not always where I needed to be.
Is she all right?
I hope so. So I talked to my doctor about Humira. I learned Humira is for people who still have symptoms of Crohn's disease after trying other medications. The majority of people on Humira saw significant symptom relief in as little as 4 weeks, and many achieved remission that can last.
Humira can lower your ability to fight infections. Serious and sometimes fatal infections, including tuberculosis and cancers, including lymphoma, have happened, as have blood, liver, and nervous system problems, serious allergic reactions, and new or worsening heart failure. Tell your doctor if you've been to areas where certain fungal infections are common, and if you've had TB, hepatitis B, are prone to infections, or have flu-like symptoms or sores. Don't start Humira if you have an infection.
Be there for you and them. Ask your gastroenterologist about Humira. With Humira, remission is possible.
Kentucky led by Nick Mingione, the pride of Embry-Riddle, as he would call it, the Harvard of the skies. That's where he played his baseball, played in the World Series over there. Now in his 5th year as the skipper for Big Blue Nation. You see the winning percentage overall, of course, that magical year #1 when Kentucky got to the Super Regionals. Kentucky remains the lone team in the SEC yet to make the College World Series, and that's the obvious goal for Mingione and company.
2017 SEC and National Coach of the Year, Mingione, and that's in a year when Kevin O'Sullivan won the national championship with Florida, 2017. But Nick Mingione, people love playing for him. Great personality, great dude to talk to. We talked to him on the phone, and loves this team. Actually compares this team to the 2017 team he had with the camaraderie, and they genuinely pull for one another, which you think should be always the case, but isn't.
So we don't get to go in the dugout and watch guys interact in BP, etc. As Kessler eyes one off the plate outside. But this team has that, just based on what we've seen of them thus far. But it's not always a given. The DNA of every team is different. And sometimes even the most talented teams lack that, and that lack of cohesion and chemistry can really cost you. It's particularly in times of adversity. And I mean, this is going to test this team overall. They've hit, minus the game, the win against Louisville on Tuesday night, they've hit a little bit of a skid here. That'll help. Kessler continues to just scorch the baseball. He's the backup catcher, but he's not playing like it. Another hit. for Kessler, who came into this game hitting .411. Rubalcaba is the normal starting catcher. He is still banged up. They thought they would have had him back by now. But the way Kessler is hitting the baseball.
Pulling the hands in on that fastball in and pulling it down the right.
And now Araj Anu. One of the slickest names in the SEC comes to the plate. Anu takes a strike. Araj Anu on a 4-game hit streak, the senior out of Orlando, Florida. Junior college transfer. Very athletic family. Father was a football player for Steve Spurrier at the University of Florida. Mother was a track star. He would probably tell both mom and dad, yeah, but hitting a baseball is the hardest thing to do on planet Earth.
I would agree with that.
Anu down in the count, no balls, 2 strikes.
A.J. Levis so far tonight doing a great job of keeping the ball low. He hadn't elevated too many pitches. He's keeping it at the knees or below, and especially off. A fastball coming over the plate and drops low and get a lot of swing and misses, but he's been around the plate so far.
Chase Estep, the second baseman, who was 3 for 4. He was one of the bright spots for Kentucky last night. Estep, a third baseman last year, second baseman this his sophomore campaign. Former high school quarterback. Out of Corbin High School in Corbin, Kentucky. This game initially was supposed to start at 2 o'clock. We were going to have that for you on the SEC network. But with the weather being what it was, they knew they were going to have to push it. In the dirt low, ball 3.
Well, A.J. Levis on a 2-1 count tries to get him to bite on that changeup, just doesn't do it, and that's what I'm talking about. The 2-ball count needs to be your primary pitch, your fastball. Again, the hitter still has a little bit of doubt at 2-1 what's coming, even if you shake. You throw ball 3, it's tough to come back and get him, and especially there's a lot of walks that come out of that scenario.
Kessler, the catcher, off the bag at first, and he'll draw a throw. Payoff pitch, pulled foul. Fielded by Morgan. That's in fair territory, and he'll take it unassisted for the out. Nice play. By the talented first baseman Trey Morgan for the second out of the inning. In the field, Ryan Ritter hitting in the 7-hole today. We'll try to take some of that momentum into this game. Hitting .318 on the year. That was his 3rd home run of the season. Ritter got off to an awful start this year, and then he had a 4-hit game that kind of sparked his season in the right direction. Had a great game against Louisville. One of the top-rated JUCOs coming out, and Kentucky was able to land him. Ritter out of Tinley Park, Illinois, waiting on the 0-2. Challenged him, came inside on him, and Ritter fouls it off.
You're seeing a lot of foul balls out of Kentucky, and that's a credit to A.J. Levis and the movement he has, not only on his fastball, but the changeup and the curveball. It's all moving around in different directions. As a hitter, you see it in one spot, but as you go to make contact, was already moved, kind of like Greg Maddux in a way. It was always
Kessler leading off the bag at second. Again, trying to get him to chase one outside, and they'll call that strike 3.
wow. Well, A.J. Levis moving the ball in and out to right-handers. Right here, he pins the outside corner on the slider, freezes up Ryan Ritter for the 3rd out. LSU coming to play.
Well, life on the farm is kind of laid back. Ain't much an old country boy like me can't hack. It's early to rise, early in the sack. I thank God I'm a country boy. Well, a simple kind of life never did me no harm. Raising me a family and working on the farm. The days are all filled with an easy country charm. Thank God I'm a country boy. Well, I got me a fine wife, I got me old fiddle. When the sun's coming up, I got cakes on the griddle. Life ain't nothing but a funny, funny riddle. Thank God I'm a country boy.
Do lotion and jeans go together? A Nivea breathable experiment. Now they do. Moisturizes deeply with no sticky feel. The game-changing Nivea breathable.
Did you know Geico could save you hundreds on car insurance and more? So what are you waiting for? World's strongest man, Martins Litzis, to help you break down boxes?
What am I gonna do to you, Box? Let me break it down for you. Oh!
Geico. See all the ways you could save.
A tootie-ta, a tootie-ta, a tootie-ta-ta. A tootie-ta, a tootie-ta, a tootie-ta-ta. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. Elbows back. Elbows back. A tootie-ta, a tootie-ta, a tootie-ta-ta.
Not the best sing-along. At least you can watch it on the best.
Thumbs up. Thumbs up. Elbows back.
Cox Internet, #1 for streaming video, according to Nielsen data.
Beautiful sights of Lexington, Kentucky on what was once a dreary Saturday. Cleaned up a little bit. We had some raindrops earlier. Looks like the clouds are breaking up and we should be uninterrupted the rest of the way. And we have ourselves a hit in play, and that'll be a triple. Congratulations to Gavin Dugas. An elusive triple off the first pitch. I promise you it looked really good. We get to see it for the first time, Todd.
He's supposed to wait on us, isn't he? What a ball on the outside corner, and he rips it out into the right field gap. Gavin Dugas is hitting in the 3-hole for Paul Maneri, and for a reason. This guy can really swing it. The junior just pops it into right center and gets all the way to third. Look at the slide. With the wet turf, you could end up sliding into the third base dugout if you're not careful, but nice job by holding on to the bag, and Gavin Dugas gets LSU started in the third.
Cleanup man is Cade Doty. Doty grounded out to second his first time up. Two for 5 last night. Hits this one hard off the third baseman Plastiak. And back-to-back hits for the Tigers here in the top of the third.
Defense is tough as a whole on the turf when it's still a little slick and wet. This ball's ripped by Cade Doty down to third base. It's skipping on you as a third baseman. It's hard to glove. And right there, Plastiak, who's been inserted in the lineup tonight, just wasn't able to handle it. But that's tough all around the infield. The ball's going to be slick. It's going to come at you a lot faster than it does on dirt and grass. And that
last night, Tigers got 1 in the first, 2 in the fourth, 5 in the fifth, and before you knew it, the game felt like it was over. Kentucky trying to keep this game close in the early going to Giacomo. His strikeout victim his first time up. A healthy cut there.
Well, again, Giacomo led the team last year in the limited amount of time that they played. 352 average. He can put the ball in play and he can flat out fly, but one knock on him is he does have some swing and miss, and for a guy that doesn't have a ton of pop and supposed to put the ball in play and just run, he's got some swing and miss in his swing. But if he can correct that, again, he can flat out go get him in center field as well. He's a complete player.
He hit 351 last year through 17 games. Hamstring looks good. So does DiGiacomo. Runs in their last 21 innings.
Well, this is nasty from Holt Jones again with the tilt that he creates on that fastball to DiGiacomo that probably looked like a high fastball, and he just gets frozen up, and the 12-6 gets him for the second strikeout of the game for DiGiacomo. He looked good last night, but today's a little slow with his swing, and he wasn't able to pull the trigger there.
That will Get by the catcher Kessler and an easy advancement for Doty.
Well, we're seeing some good pitches by Kentucky starters, both Hagenow and now Jones, mixed in with some just non-competitive pitches. That one spikes low and got away from Jones, and Doty easily able to get on the second. Tough play for Kessler behind the plate.
I like that term, non-competitive pitches. I mean, that's you've seen a number of those where a hitter's not going to chase a ball that far outside. So what are you really accomplishing by throwing it? This one tapped to the left side. That'll be in fair ground. Nice throw on the run, but not in time. Thompson beat it out. Valiant effort.
Help take care of the rest. At Ace, your backyard is right in our backyard. So when you need to wrangle those leaves, go to the best place that delivers on top brands like Ego, Toro, and Steel. No warehouse store can match the convenience of your locally owned neighborhood Ace. So stop on by. You can also order online for curbside pickup or get what you need delivered today. Around the block, what you need in stock with people who know their lawn care.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
Die-hard fans hanging around for what turned out to be an evening game in Lexington, Kentucky, originally slated for 2 o'clock. It was raining a little bit earlier while we were playing, and now it's cleared up. Now all the Kentucky faithful want to see are some runs, trailing at 4-0. It's trailing at 4-0. Home half of the third. It'll be Plastiak, Hill, and back to the top of the order in Austin Schultz. 63 degrees. Kentucky fans will take that this time of year. are playing a double header. Rain really has right now at Swayze could not play last night. Arkansas won that first game. Second game underway right now at Swayze Field in Oxford. We'll have to check on the score from Nashville. Georgia Bulldogs trying to pull off a rare feat this year, and that's win a series from top-ranked Vanderbilt.
Jacob Plastiak only getting his third start of the year. He started opening day. He was the older guy. He went 0 for 3. And then Reuben Church got put in there for game 2. And Reuben Church went 2 for 4. And he was off and running. And so Church usually plays third base, out tonight.
Spoiling another 0-2 pitch is Plastiak hitting in the 8-hole. Extra confidence for Labus, staked out to an early 4-0 lead. Just go after hitters here. Topper to the first baseman Morgan, who says, I got it. 3 unassisted for the first out.
Now stepping to the plate for the Cats, the right fielder, number 37.
And you are right, Todd Walker. Georgia defeating Vanderbilt today by a score of 9-1. So 2 convincing wins by unranked Georgia over the top-ranked team in the country. The SEC, top to bottom. Is there any league as deep? I don't think anybody saw that coming.
No, and it's baseball. What a funny game we play. But Scott Strickland in his 8th year. I mean, last year Georgia was number 2 in the country before it was cut short. And if you remember, 2018, 2019, they were national seeds. So, I mean, there's a lot of high hopes in Georgia. They've lost Emerson Hancock, one of the best pitchers in the country. C.J. Smith is out, their ace. Ryan Webb is having to do a lot of the work. But, yeah, wow. I mean, they were kind of peddling around with 1 win in each of the first 3 series, and now all of a sudden take 2 or 3 from the best team in the country. In Vandy.
They were one of those teams last year. You had 2 potential first-rounders on the mound in the rotation. And you're right, if we actually had a full season, Georgia would have been a strong candidate for a national seed. But then, of course, they lost a lot of their top guys. Expectations dipping this year. And they're, as you mentioned, they're just kind of, flailing along, not getting much of attention in the lower third of the SEC. Then you go to Nashville and you take 2 out of 3 from Red Hot Vandy.
But you know what they haven't done, Mike, is they haven't got swept. So what a difference, just taking 1 game in a weekend versus getting swept. Again, they played Tennessee, won 1 game. A&M only won 1 game. South Carolina only won, but they didn't get swept. And so they're back in it. They win 2 or 3 at Vandy. They got Kentucky at home next week. So I don't know. Georgia might be able to make a run.
This one in the air, deep left center field, keeps carrying and gone. Home run for Cam Hill off the bat. Didn't necessarily look like it had home run distance, but it just kept going.
Cam Hill,
second home run of the year for Hill.
Yeah, wow. Cam Hill was his 11th start of the year. Gets put in there in the 9-hole. Wanted the fastball in, left it out over the plate. Cam Hill puts backspin on it out to left center. A lot of times when you go the other way, you're going to get a lot of backspin. And if the wind's helping you, it's going to carry out right there. Cam Hill with a blast to give Kentucky a little bit of life. It's got to be the hair. Or lack thereof.
Or lack thereof. Back to the top of the order in Austin Schultz. Now 4-1 now LSU. See if that'll get Kentucky cranked up a little bit. This is a team that definitely does not lack spark if you go back to some of their emotional wins this year, and they've had a few. There's a lot of personality on this team, but nobody has more of it than the guy at the plate right here, Austin Schultz. Over the top of that pitch, 1-2.
Seeing a lot of awkward swings by Kentucky, and that's because A.J. Labus is able to throw his off speed and hitters counts. Kind of like we said with Hagenau, only A.J. Labus has been a little more accurate.
Swing and a miss for strike 3. Nice job by Labus.
Well, again, Labus just keeping the ball low. To a lot of hitters, those look like fastballs down the middle, and they're just got tight spin on it. Watch the location by A.J. Labus, able to put that low and in the zone. Nice job by Travinski with a little frame, but didn't need it. Austin Schultz with his second strikeout of the game.
Pretty nasty sink from Labus. Now Collette. He did. Strike 1.
Well, I like what you said, Mike. I mean, they need this guy to go, and he's not coming out of the lineup. So they need T.J. Collette and John Rhodes to catch fire in order for Kentucky to win this year. And T.J. Collette has been doing a good job. He's probably a prototypical 3-hole hitter, but in this day and age, when you want a lot of lightning up at the top of the lineup, you got T.J. Collette hitting 2.
Colette's facial expression on that last call by Will Posey, home plate umpire, said it all. It looked outside. You're going to get that pitch tonight. A couple inches off the black. And Collette goes down on one knee for the strikeout. So back-to-back Ks by Labus. But Kentucky does get a blast.
Kentucky with the most unlikely of spots in the 9-hole. Cam Hill goes oppo, and LSU's got a 4-1 lead as they come to the